I wanted to do more BGs today, but they're nerfing leveling tomorrow. So, just get a couple more characters done before they nerf it. depend on disc and shadow. Sorry, I'm just fixing my UI. But a few globals, I'm not killing a boss. Think left, so I'm gonna relog so I save any UI changes I just made. Can't decide is Rick's bad in BGs or am I just bad? You need, it's a combination of both. Random fiesta, uncoordinated, non-voice slop PvE fest, you're not gonna ever top a scoreboard ever. Unless you're like best in slot gear and everyone is insanely undergeared and you have a pocket healer and you never died once. And you're just like kind of, you know, staying alive, rupture padding the whole time. But if you're running around playing objectives, actually being in stealth, trying to ninja nodes and stuff, you're not going to be top damage. And then even then, if you're in a team fight, you're still not going to top damage. So it's just kind of a BGs aren't where you're going to shine thing. That might be better still, because enchant. How am I in a multiple minute queue as a healer? Or a minute queue? That's crazy. Getting chain feared. I might actually die because I'm just out of range. I've just sat 3 fears. Getting CC'd more than in an arena, man. You play Killing Spree, yeah, because it's like in a much more convenient spot on the talent tree to take it now. It's not like at the end, up against like important things like count the odds. It's just kind of free to take it now. I think it's just really overly layered because of the launch. That and everyone is just focusing on PvE because PvPers know there's nothing to do for 2.5 weeks. Granted, I think you can actually grind the sockets now, even though it's an absurd amount of honor. Because you can sell the vicious gemstones or whatever for like 15, 20k gold each, I've heard. And those are like 2500 honor. And I think you need 2 of those plus 10k honor to get a socket. The guy I gave PI to died. Unlucky. Yeah, I think that's just like the consequence of how they handle layers. You can never truly know where the game's at. It's just, I think they do layers way more aggressively at launches nowadays, the last few expansions, because it's like the only way to not have server issues. Because we've seen firsthand what even 40 people do to the game in like an Alterac Valley or an Isle of Conquest or Ashran, you know, like... There's no, oh, 700 people are following Rekful or Asmin around type thing anymore, because usually like, you have to manipulate LG really hard to even make the layers be that stacked sometimes, where you actually can get real lag. I've heard of a few people that's happening too. I think it might be some kind of leveling toy item type thing. Like maybe the cursed pickaxe, or maybe like haunted memento or some kind of item like that, right? Because subterfuge procs, there's no random item. The only like really weird ability that pulls people out like 10-20 yards away that I see consistently on beta is the summon Charhound for Warlock. The range is way more than it's supposed to be. But yeah, people act like it's just perma the whole PG, and I don't really know. Sub and Asa are both really good. If Sub gets any nerf, Asa will be better though. The damage is really good on it still. It does way more damage than Sub. It's just Sub has the quality of life and it's more fun. Hopefully Tab PvE doesn't win out like it always does. they have their own place? Yeah, I think they do. I think the main meta definers, though, are mages, hunters, and warriors going into triangle. Warrior beats everything in the game except for mage, and then mage beats warrior, and mostly everything else besides hunter, and then hunter beats mage. So you kind of want like a comp that is like a mix of both, kind of. So like KFC would be insane. I think Thunder also it would be super damp and insane. So like warrior hunter, warrior Ellie. I think Asa and Sub are like low S, yeah. I think Outlaw is the weakest of the three. It's like A. It does 2 similar damage of Sub to just not be allowed to do any burst. And have that much levels of RNG getting screwed over. But I wouldn't put Asa or Outlaw, or Asa or Sub in the top 4 melee. I think the best melee by far, not even remotely close, like multiple expansions ahead, is Fury Warrior. And then Unholy DK is 2nd, and then Feral is 3rd. And then 4th, it could maybe be Rogue if you really, really hate rogues. People are gaslighting on like a lot of other specs too. Like Enhance is the only bad melee. And then like Windwalker and Ret are like A tier. They're like okay. And then but like they might have good comps. Like mainly Ret. Like maybe Ret DH or something could be good. I think DH is still S, even though people are bitching about it. It does really good damage. It's still immortal. But I'd probably put Sub Rogue above DH. So yeah, I would say like if you're really biased against rogues, like, and you're only balancing it around the top rogues, like just like Calvish and Waz and shit, and then you're basically saying we don't have to balance any other class around the top, and we're just gonna let all the Fury Warriors just be way better than they're supposed to be, right? Then it's like Fury, DK, Feral, Sub, and then DH probably. The only way you're gonna have a bad time on melee is Enhance. Yeah, Survival's like B, and Windwalker and Red are like A. Probably Sub, because people love pre-complaining about it, even when it's like really undata mined non-changes. Like, oh god, they're putting 8-second kidney in the game, even though they've data mined 3 times that they're not. How could they? Blizzard just loves Sub Rogue, even though it's been extinct for a year and it's never been the best PvP spec for an entire expansion since MoP. Rogues just love PvEing on Asa and Outlaw every single expansion, and that's all AWCR is just 10 Outlaw Rogues or 10 Asa Rogues. Just gonna gift you. I appreciate it either way. I mean, public enemy number 1 is always people bitching about Sub. Even though it's in their best interest, when Sub Rogue is good, only like 2 or 3 people per region can do well on it. Thank you for the second, getting the pet going. Appreciate it. Whereas whenever Outlaw and Asa are broken, it's like half the ladder. So you'd think the people that would hate Rogue would like want Sub to be good, because then they would just queue into it less. But people just really hate dying in stuns and having any type of setup or interactions in their tab PV Mythic Plus dungeon. People were already whining about them undoing a template nerf, which I'm pretty sure wasn't even an actual buff. They were just catching retail up to where the beta was, because retail was like a month behind of the beta, and they'd already gotten rid of most of those modifiers undocumented on the beta. Slightly, but like it is so close because Asa does way more damage than Sub, that if Sub got even a fraction of a nerf, Asa would just be the default PV fest. It also really depends on what your teammates can do too. So like if your teammates get nerfed, that's like a bigger nerf than nerfing Sub. Because like Sub already can't solo people unless they're really bad and you're just smurfing. Like at low ratings you can kill people all the time with Sub and it's great. But like if you're fighting like top 50, top 100 or even like, you know, top 8 tournament type teams, then generally people aren't going to overlap all their defensives. They're going to spread out. And, you know, they're just only going to press buttons when you press blades. And everything's just going to be way clunkier. And you're not going to be able to, like, pre-flag, build up 30 stacks, don't get micro-CC'd for 10 seconds straight, swap the other guy with 30 stack flags, still don't get punished. Like, that kind of shit's just not going to happen. Like, it's one of the few specs that actually is invested and has counterplay. Most classes, it's like, oh, I got minor inconvenienced because they annoyed me on, like, my I-beam or something like that. But it's not like, oh, I'm literally AFK now. Because the game is just so sustained damage PvE based. So sub just hasn't translated into what the game has turned into the last few expansions, but a few people can just make it work anyway. That being said, it's S tier. It's really, really good right now. But like, whenever it is S tier, it never lasts more than a month per expansion. Because if it's S tier at the top end, that means at the noob end, it's viable, and then the noob end, people just don't play well against it. And it gets balanced around people that are bad at playing against it. And if it's just smurfing on people, it's always public enemy #1. Because it's a noob stomper spec. It's like wanting Riven to be like LCS viable in League, right? Usually it just, if it does happen, it's super, super hype, but it's like very, very, very rare. Like, oh, Faker pulled it out in a guaranteed win in mid lane for fun, just to meme, you know, like, that's about it. But, like I said, it is S tier at the top end, like, in shuffles. Like, if you're Waz or Calvish or something, you're gonna be pumping on it. You're gonna be last on damage if the game goes longer than, like, 2 DRs. But, like, it's not that much last on damage compared to Dragonflight. Like, you're doing a lot more damage than Dragonflight to make up for all of the control nerfs. With, like, the Kidney nerf, the Gouge nerf, the Vanish Duration nerf. But you're doing more damage to compensate. So instead of, like, doing, like, literally half or 2.5 times less damage, you're doing, like, 1.5 times less damage. But unless you're literally killing in, like, the first 2 goes of someone just not pressing buttons, generally you're at, like, 35 mil damage where everyone else is, like, at 50. And then, like, the whole lobby, you're, like, 180 and other people are at, like, 300 plus. But, like, Suburg's not meant to do damage, I guess. I don't know. Even though they gave a bunch of micro CC to other specs anyway. You're just there to abuse the cooldown reduction and get a bunch of Gouge, Kick, Kidney duels in a row on someone just to, like, put together your own micro CC chain. And then, you know, have duel and blind be shorter than Trinket with all the CDR. And have, like, a hopefully stun blind sap that your teammates don't break or DR. And then, you know, you kind of get another blind that they don't have Trinket for, and that's usually kind of like your win con. Now, like, like I was saying, though, where your teammates getting nerfed matters more than you getting nerfed. There's a lot of classes that can just enable you really well. Like how broken Frost Mage is. Like, Frost Mage is just turbo broken. Best caster by far. So, like, a mage getting nerfed on their ability to solo someone while you're just being a stun bot is like a bigger nerf than you getting nerfed. And Frost is definitely going to get nerfed. And I don't really think Sub has that much synergy with Arcane. So, like, we're like one set of nerfs away from Sub Frost being really brokenly good to just, okay, we go back to Asa, Outlaw, Arcane, Tab, 10-minute PvE gameplay. It's a razor-thin margin. Yeah, I've been mostly playing Sub. But I just don't enjoy Asa. I'd rather play other classes than play Asa. It's too boring. I don't consider it to even be playing Rogue. Affliction early. Yeah, those are all pretty much immune to nerf. I think Affliction might get nerfs. Even though it's been so long since Affliction was the best way to play Warlock. It seems like the average, like, Warlock that I know that's like rank 1 or Glad really complains that they don't, like, that they just want to play Destro or some shit. And then the average, I'm bad at the game and need, you know, a handicap, wants Demo to be good. But thank God Demo is terrible right now. But that also just means that being terrible right now means they're going to get overbuffed to God mode later. Because they love take-turn balancing. So we'll probably get stuck in some Demo shadow play in the near future after it gets some 400% bug fix for no reason that everyone was gaslighting on. In like 3 months. Quote me on it, flip it, ship it. I think that's kind of where we are. Right now, you want to be underpowered. Because like you're more likely to like get nerfed. So like, Boomy right now is like A tier, right? Cyclone is like the only good CC in Dragonflight, and Boomy is like a 5% little breeze from just going God mode again and being the best class the entire expansion, like it was Dragonflight since like season 2. Like we can very well just go straight back to DH Boomkin and DH Ret, you know, within like a really minor amount of changes. But yeah, for the most part, I like my tier list. I like Longtar's tier list a lot too, and I think it's fair to put Subruga in S tier. I just don't think it will last, even if there's specs that are way better, because people just exponentially complain more about Subrogue than any other spec. Because at the end of the day, people don't like dying and they don't like having to play defensive. They just want to have a PvE war. And then hear the weak aura air horn go off and try to peel it. It's on my Twitter. Mark for Death? Yeah, Mark for Death's been gone for a while. I wouldn't advise Affliction. Because it's like... I'd say Ellie is a much more solid pick. Ellie never gets nerfed ever. There's some inside shit going on with that, I guess. Like, if it gets a nerf, it's a really small slap on the wrist. Like, it's very rare right now that Frost is actually the best PvE spec in PvP. But, Frost will get gutted. There's no way it doesn't. I would say Ellie, yeah. Affliction is doing some crazy damn right now, but it can kind of die. It's not as immortal. And it can kind of get micro CC'd and spam interrupted and gouged and vanished and, you know, melded on a lot of casts. Ellie, the damage is just constant. There's no, I tried to get a haunt off and I got micro CC'd on it. There's no, even I tried to go for fears. You just run in and you just instant cast 200 times in a row, full peekaboo mode. I guess they cast a little more than they used to last expansion. Like it used to be you'd never cast ever, but they cast kind of rarely now. I would say Unholy is almost always immune to nerfs too. Because the average Death Knight is usually really, really lost, unless it's like someone's alt of like another class at like a tournament level. Like, if you're a gambling man, it's good to bet on the A tiers getting overbuffed. If you are just scared of nerfs in general, the nerf bat is probably coming for Fury and Frost. Maybe Sub, even though it doesn't really nearly at the level that Fury, Frost, Ellie, or DK are at. But like, you can't just shove a sub rogue into any comp, and like there's clearly some bad lobbies in Shuffle where it's like you're just forced to just go healer sometimes because like there just aren't any viable kill targets. Is there a way to make Inner Shadow stay on your bar? I guess a macro would probably work, right? It's annoying that it like disappears and goes back on my bar every time. Yeah, I hope I'm wrong though. I hope like obviously the game should be balanced. The game's never been balanced in any expansion ever, right? But I hope specs that put in more effort are actually rewarded more fairly for once. I do think there should be, you know, low skill cap specs that are designed to just kind of fall off after Gladiator. Like, it's always weird to me when, like, Demo or Asa or Fury or, like, BM Hunter are, like, being played at, like, a tournament level. At least they gave Fury Bladestorm, though, so it's, like, a little less Pepega, but... So it's, like, the main skill thing about Warrior. It's, like, avoiding CC really well, so you get good peels. It's just weird because Frost used to be that poster child mage spec, but nowadays Frost is like the easy mode training wheel mage spec too. But it's just awkward because like if I root against Frost, then it's bad for sub because fire is terrible. And I don't like playing with fire either, and then like Arcane is just not really meant for playing with sub. They scale weird with leveling, so it's only a couple % speed. Like, even if you're going, like, full speed enchants, it's, like, 10%. But like I think it's better to go like 6% or whatever and have the healing one on the neck on the cape. Rapture lasts so long, that's crazy. Or it's just a set amount of shields, that's why. I'm not now. No, I just played the normal Deathstalker Sepsis build. I was testing like a symbolic flag build and it was kind of fun, but I think that was just because stuff was bugged and I didn't feel like I was losing any rupture pressure for it, but now I'm back to just full on Team Sepsis. Yeah, the only reason I'm not grinding BGs right now, because I was actually having fun doing that yesterday, is they announced they're nerfing leveling a little bit tomorrow. Said it'll be the same for like close to the being done, but they're nerfing how OP the gear scaling is, like 70 to 73, I think. Well, just in general. Because they were just saying it shouldn't make you feel weaker to level up, but they're not like making people stronger, you know, it's just like preventing people from power spiking, so that's going to affect like clear speed a lot when like a 70 just solos a whole dungeon. So I'm like, I'll just get a little more leveling out of the way before it gets more annoying. I don't think it'll impact the pacing that much, but it's like I might as well get like 2 more characters done then. Gotta do more damage. I don't want to miss the cue. That's pretty good. I don't think they're nerfing honor. Quick for my macro. Thought I could still outrun it. Yeah. The non-early accessors only get 1 day of OP leveling, man. Finally back to stream. I've been streaming every day, man. There just hasn't been much to stream also. So my hours haven't been as crazy, but I've still been putting in 6 days a week. I've just had a lot more like 6-hour days instead of like 8 to 10-hour days. Because everyone's like waiting till the end of the season for kata. So there's not really any queue variety. And there was so much downtime with retail because the season ended and there was only a buggy pre-patch for over an entire month, and now there's still 2.5 weeks until the ranked season for this starts, so there was like a 6-week drought for retail while kata was also dying. So it's like, huh, it's hard to find queues every day. So I just played the beta for like an entire month. I was one of the higher rated people on the beta, grinded really hard, put in thousands of rounds of shuffle on there. Sub's good right now, but it'll probably get nerfed if people hate sub. But I hope it'll stay good. It'd be nice to have an expansion where sub feels like the best rogue spec all the way through. That'd be sick. Cause I'm just so over and bored of playing Asa and Outlaw. I'd rather just play different classes. If I'm gonna play a PV spec, like why am I even bothering to play rogue anyway? I could just play a different PV spec that actually feels new. Play a PV spec that doesn't get screwed by bleed dispels, and I can play a PV spec that is not completely RNG like Outlaw, you know? Well, not completely, but enough that it hurts the fun. We got Deacon with the resub. Thank you so much, man. When is it 3 for the day already? For alignment. Yeah, the 10 hit us the most damage here. Spam leveling is pretty nice though, because I'm just always getting an insta-Q almost. Without having my own pre-made group. Makes me want to look for a group when I start my warlock, but aggro those mobs. That actually still killed me, that's awkward. I could have just levitated and not take fall damage there. Oh, I didn't even realize it takes you to the bottom. Oh well, Shade, how you doing, man? Right now we're working on the 6th character. We've been doing normal Battlegrounds, doing the honor grind. We finished full gearing our road, but I need to farm more honor to just transfer to all my ults. But they announced they're nerfing leveling tomorrow, so I'm like, I should probably get a couple more characters done before the nerf. Just for the sake of my time. Even though I know leveling's not as fun. That or just not go live. I figured I'd just chill and answer questions while I get this shit done. It's only a couple hours a character. I mean, my hair's not as long, but yeah. I've been growing mine out for like 3 years. Yesterday was a crazy stream. Almost everything's account-wide, yeah. You can skip almost all the campaigns. Even on your first playthrough, you can skip all the cutscenes and everything. First character takes about 5 to 6 hours to level. You finish the campaign at like level 76 that you only have to do one time ever. And then you can just dungeon and world quest the rest of the way. Just ignore side quests, do pure main quest. And then also you can just spam dungeon in like 2 to 3 hours. Pretty much no PvE stuff you have to do. You can send honor between your ults interchangeably however you want. But it's like a 20% penalty. But I can just be like, yo, take some honor from my main and just at like a small penalty. So yeah, there's a lot more quality of life for sure. I personally would do dungeons until 73 and then do the campaign. I feel like the quests scale to your level and will be worth more. Dungeons are going to be exponentially faster, like 70 to 73, while your character still has like really crazy dragonflight gear scaling. So borderline be able to like solo the dungeon and speedrun it so much faster. Or you can kind of pace yourself and do like 1 or 2 dungeons per each zone, so that you just finish the campaign and hit max level at the same time. Or you could just completely zone out, campaign to 76, and then pure dungeon the rest of the way. Like any of those work, but speedrunning would probably be dungeoning to like 72 or 73 and then doing campaign, I feel like. Maybe 72 on the safe side. I don't know if 73 is too much dungeons or not. I don't think it would be, but... You want to just do random more within dungeon, yeah, because you get the bit of the end. You get more at the end of the dungeon if you do random. You don't want to ever queue specific dungeons. Yeah, I should just say random more within dungeon. He was dying. Probably should have still kept playing him around him up, but even is the tank. Did he make it all the way through the gauntlet? Normally I would take the double grip, but in a dungeon I think feathers are better. Didn't have atonement on the tank for those plans. this thing not dying? The rig build's in there yet. I don't have my alt spec talents yet, but yeah, in the warrior instead of the mage does more. That'll be the best of the healer. Probably Asa. I mean, you could make sub work, but it's gonna be still like waiting for 60% dampening, or just playing double DPS. In general, just never take 2s seriously. It's the best thing you can do for your sanity. 2s is like the I'm getting 1800 day 1 of the season just for clickbait to get the elite side instantly, or like I'm just playing it for cap. But yeah, you don't get Glad or Ring 1 from it, and it's really imbalanced. Ideally, just play what you enjoy, but like at low ratings, I guess you can smurf on anything. But in general, it's not going to be satisfying that you can't solo people without like 60% dampening if they're like high rated. Audio low? It shouldn't be. I just didn't want the tapping to pick up, so hopefully that's a little better, I guess, but... see. I think it's just you, but I turned it up a little bit. I don't have anyone else saying anything about it. I mean, if you just like sub healer 2s in general and you've played it multiple expansions, you're probably fine. Just don't expect to PvE someone down the same way you would as Outlaw in the past. Unless it's like 60% dampening. Or there's just a massive skill gap. Like you're rank 1 fighting a duelist or a glad or something. I think I had a couple minutes to come back, so. Halfway to 77. Thanks, computer, that's slow. That's unfortunate. I was just permanently in the air. Anyway, Slate, you want to level up all classes? Maybe not all. Like, I don't probably intend on playing any dragon. Unless it's like, I find a dream tournament team and they really, really need specifically that and they want to put in the effort with it, but I probably won't play Ret unless like the stars aligned either. I just don't enjoy it. But I do want to play some Rogue, Feral, Warrior, Mage, Priest, Lock. Probably, maybe Ellie. I'm not really that interested in when DK or Ret or Dragon or Hunter unless I like need it. But yeah, they're kind of like low prio. Anyways, like, yeah, I already have 5 max levels, and this will be the 6th. And probably like another hour. An hour and a half, 2 hours and a half to finish it. The XP bar is just wrong with Bartender. We're 80% of the way done with this level. And we've been not even 20 minutes this level. That's still a pretty slow level, to be honest. But they're nerfing leveling tomorrow. I was having good viewership and a lot of fun doing BG premates yesterday, and we were fighting a bunch of other BG premates. We fought like Benruki and a bunch of other people like in their own groups, and it was fun. But they're nerfing leveling tomorrow, so I need to get more ults done so it's less of a headache later. They're nerfing like how overpowered scaling you are, like 70, like the early levels. They're like, you shouldn't be feeling weaker as you level up. So instead of, you know, making you feel less bad at, you know, the 75 to 79 or whatever when you're under geared, we're just gonna make 70 to 73 not solo the dungeon OP. Which doesn't really affect XP, but it does affect like clear speed of the dungeons for sure. So I'm like, I'm just gonna get my priest and lock done today. Maybe not even the lock, because I don't know if I can tolerate 2 characters still today. Getting the slowest tanks ever, it's crazy. Asa's very close to it. I'd say Outlaw's the weakest of the 3. Asa and Sub are both S, and Outlaw's like high A, but probably more like mid A. But yeah, I don't think it'll last. Everyone's already pre-complaining about Sub, even though it's not even anywhere near Fury, Death Knight, or Feral. I'm ready to play a lot of Feral if Suburb gets gutted, because Feral just seems more fun than Asa and Outlaw. Because you actually get to CC on that class. Instead of just peel and pad for 10 minutes and still be last on damn. Yeah, there's a blue post about it. They're nerfing like how OP the scaling is at like the early levels, which is gonna definitely affect the dungeon clear speed a lot. I would have just done more BGs all day today, but it's probably more productive to get some more leveling out of the way. I don't know if I'm gonna level 2 characters today. I might just only level the priest. Frost Mage is really OP, yeah. Frost Mage and Fury Warrior. And then it's like Ellie and DK. Still. Yeah, there is PvP vendor, yeah. We're already done with the honor grind on my main. But we still need to grind Infinity Honor for sockets and for all my ults. But it's in the city, like towards the bottom. Trying to show the map, but it's being fidgety. So it's like over here. I think it's generally like 12k, so it wasn't Dragonflight. I didn't keep track of how much it was on this one, because I had some of the crafted gear for Verse Mastery. So I couldn't get Verse Mastery bracers or boots otherwise. 4-second ring. So I had to buy some of the expensive crafted gear, even though I didn't really need to. I wanted to pop off. I don't have mind control? It's crazy. Talon over here? Okay. I think it's less than honor cap. It's anything like Shadowlands and Dragonflight, like 12k honor was full gear. Now if you want to buy some of the crafting patterns to try to make a lot of gold, those are a lot of honor, and then the sockets are also like really expensive too. But yeah, I'm already full gear on my main. Yeah, I need to farm an insane amount of honor for all the ults and for sockets. walk out of the boss. Nice. Okay. Unholy is a lot better, yeah. Already 60% done with 77. In an hour and 40 minutes. Not bad. I think I played a little bit off stream. Yeah, we're at 2 hours and like 20. I think that was mostly me setting up my UI. Might have done like 2 dungeons off stream while I was setting it up. A big rapture shield before we go. I didn't realize it decays that much. Guess if we're not doing the big pull, I might as well just press PI and CD that. Need the fast tanks. Blasted damage modifier. I need to pry out even more then. What point does it go back to normal? What do you mean? Like my schedule in arena or what? Not sure what you're asking. Oh, I'm not sure. I think it's the entire process. They just said it's not going to affect level 80. I just think it'll be more extreme at 70 to 73. Or you won't be cheering, you have low levels in your dungeon instead of high levels. Which is going to just drastically affect clear speed, I feel like, but... Like level 70s and 73s are like basically soloing the dungeon. Doing like 600k DPS. Well, it's good to just get more out of the way, even though I want to do BGs, but... So weird how different. I guess they're just trying to kill bots with all these different types of war nodes. Kind of cool though. I don't see how that hits anyone though. This one might though. my character, 1 global. Tank rage quit, nice. What he gets for being slow. Every DPS just pulls, you don't even need tanks. Nowadays, most, like this Fury Warrior could tank the whole dungeon. I don't know why so many tanks get butthurt of like, no, you have to sit here and wait a whole minute between each pull, not a minute. 10 seconds between each pull while I go scratch my ass and go grab a drink of water. It's like I got big head syndrome. And the whole dungeon and raiding and PvE experience revolves around me because, you know, I'm who the longest queue takes for. And it's like, bro, you're not needed. We could just 4-man this without a tank. Ah, they're pulling without me. I'm just gonna rage leave. Like the Fury Warrior could just tank. We don't need 1 man. Usually it's Guardian Druids that get butthurt though, not DKs. Kind of broke my stereotype. But this is kind of an outlier. If it's like actually toxic, it's like, you know, and you're actually causing wipes, then obviously it's bad. But like the dungeons right now are so undertuned. That's why they're nerfing the leveling. Like you borderline can like solo the dungeons right now. Couldn't be ruining the lore then, man. Yeah, I need to put my talent point in eventually, so. Supposedly they're kind of nerfing how characters are OP at the low levels. So it's not even like a dungeon specific thing. They're just making characters not be as OP like 70 to 73, I'm guessing. But I figured that would hurt the dungeon clear speed a lot. So I'm like, I need to get my shit going while I can. Otherwise, I'd be doing more BGs right now. I finished the honor grind on my main, but I want my ults to be kind of productive too. Who's gonna get hit with the freight train, Looney Tunes style? Oh, this is the first time I've seen everyone dodge it. There's always just one person that it hits every time. It's kind of satisfying. Just wish it made a funnier sound effect when they get hit. I don't really enjoy playing Asa. It's good though. It's my least favorite spec in the game. It's boring. I don't consider it to be playing Rogue. Like if I want to play a PV spec, I'll just play a different class that's like that can CC more and get less annoyed by like bleed dispels. Honestly, this DK is decent. It's good to re-queue. Never mind. I'm lucky. Yeah, I don't really like the Glide mount, but honestly, the Vicious mount, the Vicious Sky Flare or whatever, is kind of cooler than the Glide mount. Just like the unranked play any type of PvP mount. Flies like a little like flying squirrel, like Sugar Glider. It's cool. more damage. I'm not even sure what was hitting me there. Thank you, O9. Guessing it's O9G. I probably butchered it, I'm so sorry, but thank you for the tier 1. Just die. Putting us at 4 for the day, even while I'm doing some leveling. Appreciate everyone sticking around. I know it's not PvP right now, but I just figured if leveling's getting nerfed tomorrow, I might as well get more done, so I don't have to do it later. But we're halfway through 78 in under 3 hours. Not bad. Might be dead here. Can't move out of the fire. I just gotta spam. Rapture in 1. Okay, we're fine. I should have pre-mind blasted this. I always forget it's a damage modifier. Double radiancing there too. There's a reward for watching and there's a reward for 2 subs. So the 2 subs is like this green little ghost pet, and then 4 hours of watching in the next month of any stream is the spectral charger horse mount. So watching is the horse, and then gifting 2 is a pet. We're gonna find the UI already. What part? So the add-ons and imports text channel on the left side has the settings for add-ons. And then the add-ons channel itself should have the zip of everything that I have. It might not always be 100% updated, and you can just go to CurseForge to update everything, but it's kind of like the add-on list. But yeah, if you go in here, these should be it. And then like the import settings should be these. So like this is better Blizz frames and plates. Here's edit mode. Here's my Omnibar changes for Rogue CDR. Here's better Blizz for Kata. More Kata stuff. But yeah. It's mostly these 2 channels, and then I have a channel that has my weak auras, keybinds, macros. It's all on there. There's also add-on packs for WAG.io now. Everything black, that's part of Bitter Blizz frames. It's like half my UI. But the UI pack is more like the skill cap add-on, where it just sets up your add-ons. But it doesn't have access to every add-on, because not everyone puts their add-ons on WAG.io that aren't on CurseForge. So like it won't import like Better Blizz. So you'd have to like go to my Discord to get my Better Blizz settings to import those, but in which case, in that, you would just go to import export, paste all the letters, click import, paste all the letters, click import, yada yada. Did you find it with that though, HSP, or no? Oh man, that's what I'm here for. Yeah, the drops coming, I think, has no links to it. But you subbed anyway. Thank you so much for 6 months in a row. Appreciate you. Always complete campaign on my paladin in each expansion, but I want to main my mage more. Should I complete my campaign? I mean, you don't have to do the campaign once. But, I mean, whatever you want to main. I think that might be a way to pull the band-aid off and actually commit to it. If you're mental blocked about it, that might like let it sink into that's your new main, right? Or you could do the campaign on both if you're a lore nerd. Go for it. Do you generally use Ghostly Strike or Crack Shot Killing Spree? I don't play, or I play Ghostly Strike, yeah, sorry. And Crack Shot and Killing Spree, yeah. I don't play Greenskin. I thought that's what you were saying for a second. Almost 79. 84% there. Not gonna lie, I didn't even read that as Venruki, I have a question. I read that as Venruki and I have a question. Because I was whispering him earlier. I thought you were just like wanting my opinion in addition to his. No, this is my literal 6th character. We're just playing everything peekaboo spin the wheel mode. Rogue and Feral are like the primaries, so I'm just gonna play a lot of Warrior and Mage and Priest and Warlock. Maybe some Ellie. Maybe some DH and Windwalker or something, I don't know. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Not really interested in playing DK or Ret or Dragon. I want to play Hunter, but I don't know if it makes the cut. There's just too many characters I gotta fucking level in gear. Monk's like really low prio for me because the role it fulfills overlaps a lot with Sub-Rogue. It's either better than Sub-Rogue or it's, you know, or it's equally as bad as Sub-Rogue. Just doesn't fit the PV meta that well generally. People just always have cooldown trades for it. Not the big pull I would have wanted, but... One more level to go. They're nerfing leveling, not Rogue. I thought that was more in the title, my bad. Because it says leveling nerfs tomorrow. But I don't have the link to the command either. They're making like 70 to 73 not as OP like scaling wise. Like high level gear and stuff. They're just making level 70s weaker basically. And 70 like probably to 73 I'd imagine. They wrote it really vague where it seems like it might be a nerf all the way to 80. They're like it won't affect anything at 80, but they didn't like specify anything else. I can pull it open in a second. It's on Wowhead. I don't think it's gonna be that extreme of a change, but I just want to be better safe than sorry. I'm gonna play a lot of sub, yeah. That's always my main. But if it gets over nerfed, then I'll probably end up playing Feral more because I don't really enjoy Asso that much, and I'm kind of bored of Outlaw too. I used to tolerate Outlaw, but it's just too RNG for me. And I really dislike not having burst. At least with Feral, you just like bite someone's head off 40-0 sometimes. Not satisfying playing a pure sustained damage spec. And having your damage be just dead set on how many RNG procs you get in a row. Then Asa, I don't consider it to even be playing Rogue. You're just tab dotting and get screwed over by bleed dispels, and it's good. Better than Outlaw. It's probably S tier with sub Rogue. Waz is doing crazy damage on it, but it's just, it doesn't feel like Rogue when I play it. It's not really about CC or doing anything cool. You just spam Fan of Knives and Crimson Tempest. And you just try to triple AoE melee cleaves and stuff. Yeah. Increasing leveling difficulty tomorrow. Doesn't have like exact numbers or anything, but saw that and I was like, shit, I guess I have to level a couple more characters because 5 isn't enough. But I was enjoying a lot doing actual PvP yesterday. Maybe we'll get back on beta soon too. That way we can play like actual full gear max level games. one dungeon from max. And maybe we try to look for PvP if we can find a group. Are you enjoying Rogue and War Within? Kind of more excited about some of the alts, to be honest. If Sub Rogue stays good, I'm excited for that. But if they panic nerf Sub because of people complaining, then I probably won't enjoy Rogue that much because I don't really enjoy Outlaw and Asa anymore. I'm just bored of them. I've had to play them way too much the last 10 years. Yeah, I'm excited for Sub Rogue. It did really well in the beta. I just hope, you know, given its track record, it's very rare that it gets to stay the PvP spec. It's always just a, oh, one or two people in the world make it work. Noob Stomper spec. And I just wish it could be more than that again, like it used to. When it was kind of the main spec for PvP for like Rat, Cat, Mop, and WoD. Tired of PvEing. It's like Algari, I think, but like you don't need it. You can buy Honor Gear already. Unless you're just trying to get like a ring or something so that you can have 2 Verse Mastery rings. Maybe boots and shoulders too. But even then you can just get World PvP bracers and World PvP chest for Verse Mastery. Like right now the vendor doesn't have it, but like there's world quests that do. Like I did a world quest today that gave me a Verse Mastery chest. Honor Vendor's out now. It came out when the launch happened, actually. You can sell those like 2,500 honor gems too for like 15, 20k gold, I think, if they're part of how you get sockets. Yeah, I did a bunch of BG premates yesterday. You think it's the best player in retail? I don't know, man. Depends on comps, players, politics, meta. So many variables. I would just say most of Waz's team. They've pretty much won every tournament for like 10 years for a reason. In a more dominant region than NA on top of that. There. Can't get out of the fire. Yeah, Mez always up there too. gonna do 3 world quests for like the weekly thing. Not that I'm gonna do the weekly thing on every character, but might as well make it a part of level. In case I do it between queues ever. Thing is, Waz and them won with Lontar too. I mean, Lontar's obviously really good as well, but I don't think they're carried at all, man. They're just goated. No one on that team is carried to have that level of dominance. Maybe Chanimals amount that he gets to be on the bench, but it's not fair. Just come out like 1 game per like a year and win every tournament, not even play. Lowest race ever because I ran into a little stalactite. We're now at 6 level 80s. I heard the still develop dragon. Oops. That's fine. We'll look for some BGs. I don't know if I want to do my warlock today. Pro tip, when you set your Hearthstone, be facing the opposite direction because it ports you where you actually saved the hearth at. If you want to be able to like run out insta, turn around as you set your hearth. For the APM. I guess I'll do some more with JBZ. Talking head boxes. I think that's a setting in Leatrix. You get the add-on Leatrix Plus. You just do /LTP. And it should be... It's a lot of just default setting stuff. Oh yeah, hide talking frame. Frost is the best mage spec. Fire is not viable at all, and then Arcane is like decent, but like Frost is infinitely better. Frost is the best ranged in the game, and then Fury is like second, or Fury. Frost, then Ellie, then Marksman. It's pretty similar to Dragonflight in terms of like the whole CCs nerfed into the ground and running around and PvE padding and all that. But it's a little faster paced. And not a lot of abilities are like merged together. Like Icy Vein summons your Water Ellie, Schism on Dispriest is like baked into Mind Blast. Asa and Outlaw don't have Dance anymore, but they have a second Banish and longer Subterfuge. So like just a random Subterfuge window is basically what Dance was for them. So it seems like they're just trying to get rid of some keybinds, and hero talents aren't really abilities, they're all just passives that change your rotation a little bit to make your rotation different from Dragonflight. But it's pretty similar playstyle of just micro CC and all that. That said, you know, there's solo content, quality of life is through the roof. You level your first character in like 5 to 6 hours and your ults take like 2 to 4 hours. There's no more weekly vault, so it's way easier to maintain characters. And pretty much anything you can think of is almost account-wide. Sockets aren't really time-gated anymore. It's like just an improved Dragonflight, but it's still the same, like 70% the same gameplay. Just with more quality of life stuff. But they're not gonna like rebuff CC or anything. Yeah, there's Conquest catch-up and all that. That's not going anywhere. There's literally like 2.5 weeks until the season even starts. People are like actually having to go look for things to do, or just like force themselves to be PvEers and do like delves and stuff for no reason. Or like go find quest chains for transmogs and stuff. Like there's not really much to do. Unless you want to try to grind like thousands of BGs to like get a billion sockets for all 10 ults. So I think it's like 14,000 honor a socket practically. 10,000 if you buy the things on the auction house that are like 2,500 honor each. and then just turn it in with the item for like 10 days. New PvP enchant? I think so. It's on the beta. It's called like Holy Fire, right? It's pretty mid, the enchant, and I don't like the glad mount, but the vicious mount, like the unranked one, is actually kind of cool. Are professions meaningful? Yes and no. Yeah, this mount, it flies like a little sugar glider. Flying squirrel. I think that's cooler than the glad mount, sadly, because the glad mount's pretty ugly. So you don't need to like go out of your way and sweaty level professions like you would in like Kata or most expansions, but there is like good crafted gear that can be BIS. You can like customize the stats different than what your conquest gear is, and you spend conquest gear to make the PvP crafted gear. But like you don't need to level your profession to do it. Like you can kind of use an NPC to like commission people to make it, as long as you get all the buy not pick up stuff. So like it can save you money not tipping someone to make things for you to level professions yourself, or like make money making things for people. But yeah, you don't need professions. I think the only one that's kind of weird is like, in order to use engineering crafted gear, you have to have level 1 engineering. So you just like talk to the NPC, learn NG, and then you can let someone make the goggles for you, but it's the best for PvP. What do you mean? Like overall? I wouldn't put Rogue in the top 5, but Rogue is really good. It's like low S. Like if you want the best PvE classes for PvP, it's Fury Warrior, Frost Mage, Ellie Shaman, Unholy Death Knight, Feral. But like things are subject to change and nerfs and all that. I think you go into edit mode, Cambroni, and you just select raid style party frames. They changed it. It doesn't have like its own setting anymore. It's kind of annoying. No problem, man. That's what I'm here for. How you doing, Klepter? BG group's taking a while to fill. I should just solo queue, I guess. So I say that. I get someone in here. Hell yeah. Deathstalker, even though it's kind of buggy right now and your stacks reset randomly sometimes, but it's a lot buggier than it was on the beta. We got Raoul as well. Thank you so much. But I said 6 for the day. Cool, Lyman. The rupture is like 30% of your dam if you pad it well. This is still bad. We got Crasser as well with the reset. We're just farming right now. Guys, put up with my hours of leveling. Now we actually get to play the video game, assuming we ever find a healer. Yep, 7 for the day. I like this new expansion, new content thing. Thank you so much, Crasser, for the 10 months in a row. Seven? Nah, I wish it was just 5. I think 7 column points is stupid. It's needed because of just your finishers don't do damage without 7, but they should just balance it around having 5 and just getting rid of stratagem, and then you wouldn't need blades being this OP and you wouldn't need pre-med being this OP, and like it's just kind of ridiculous just builder spender having infinity combo points just because 7 combo points would take too long to farm normally. It's also part of why you have to spam Fan and Ive so much. And it's just visual clutter too. It just felt so much more iconic having 5. Like it feels way more PV to have 7, even though it's, you know, mandatory to do damage, but that's rude. Okay, I'm killing this guy for that. I was doing BGs for full gear. Not much. I mean, you can level ults. Do you like your UI? I love my UI. I think it's... I can't really improve it much more than I have. I kind of like it being more spread out. Gives me more room to stack more omnibars and stuff, kind of. Like so much lower to the ground than like 3 rows make way up here. Like the left and right space isn't as valuable as the up and down space, I feel like. Hey guys, dude, I've been working on it, but kind of writer's blocked a little bit. Yeah, normally I hide some stuff like that, but now it's come to the point where I need it to fill the gap. And I don't really like the whole double every spell, tooltip everything into what it's not, just to, you know, double up on everything. I don't like that approach either, so... See the big abyss crit. Work on the next healer now. Actually, cards. Thought I was in stealth. Like a Vis crit, re-tee it. Defensively duel. I didn't realize that took me across. Right there. Alright, do it in combat. Kill this guy really soon though. Anyone know why stealth randomly breaks? I think it's just Warlock summoning Charhound within like 20 yards. Or it's some kind of toy item or something that's like bugged. I'm not sure. It's been happening to a lot of people, it doesn't happen to me though. If I can't replicate it, I have no idea. It's a macro, if it's like a random toy item or something. Like I know there's that like cursed pickaxe that if it's in your bag, so you just randomly turn into a dwarf sometimes. But I don't think it's that. I'm saying there could be something like that, or like the haunted memento or something. Something, you know, just randomly. I know like you're actually taking damage because subterfuge procs, but yeah, the only weird interaction like that I know of is like Warlock summoning Charhound. But yeah. It's like borderline 20 yards the first second, and then after the first second it goes down to like 8 to 10 yards of getting near it. It's weird. The bug I can't understand is why your Deathstalker stacks randomly just reset. Is it a new BG? It is, yeah. I'll be doing like rotation Vis on 2 stacks and I'll just go back to 3 for no reason. And I'll be like, what? I mean, are you getting any other buffs or anything when it happens, or no? Yeah, that's weird then. That's proc crafting. I think you can use it on any PvP piece. Like if you just want to make the green Elgari crafted gear. Doesn't have to be, but it's just crafting, I think that's it. Ooh, that's cool. I'm using that on my warrior. Should I just made a cool mog though? Now I have to make a new mog. It's just like the ACC weapon recolored. First try, okay. I think the drop rate on that's supposed to be really low. People were farming that. We got the first mastery chest? Yeah. There's a world quest. Over here, it's the PvP one. Weird, the PvP quest had gear on every character I had. I think it's just EU's a day behind, so you'll probably get a different piece tomorrow. I think last week, like on the early access, it was gloves, and then this week it was chest. And then on my mage, it was boots, and I forget what it was on my warrior. But yeah, my feral was also chest. Just crit if I can get there. Spoiler, I can't. We don't have a healer in her group, so might be a healer gap. Battleground, yeah. We have level 6 characters. already done grinding gear on the main, but you can transfer honor from your main to your ult. So it's like more efficient to play my main with good gear and then mail it to my ult. But maybe when I have a second character geared out, then I can like log back and forth for variety. They definitely have more Fury Warriors than us. They have like 4 and we have like 0. Somehow they're not all top damage. I don't know what they're doing. Go upstairs. Bubble drops the flag. If you play Alliance, you have like 15-minute Battleground queues, but if you go to Orvos or Valdrakken and you get the Mercenary buff, you can queue as Horde and you get like insta queues. Because Alliance actually is generally better, but if you're pre-mating, you can kind of carry the risk of how bad people are that aren't Alliance. It's just weird because it changes your racial, actually. It's not like a Cataclassic Mercenary mode where it just like puts a little Halloween mask on your face and you're still playing your actual character. Because it actually just turns me into an undead instead of a human. Orc race is still good. I'm playing human. It's just, I have this little toy buff up. And I'm merc moded into an undead. So I'm normally human, but the game turned me into an undead and I look like an orc. Fine, guys. Checks out. I don't remember the farm, to be honest. Going more within? I mean, yeah, it's something new. Ask me in the middle of the season when I'm 10 minutes into a really long dampening game. I think Double Dagger is better, because you just get more energy regen and combo point procs from Shadow Techniques. It's the same gameplay as Dragonflight in terms of like micro CC and like padding and PV and all that. Mythic plus AoE arenas. But your rotations are a little more complicated. And you have a little less keybinds because they merged a lot of abilities together. Like Outlaw and Acid don't have Dance anymore, but they just have a second Vanish and longer Subterfuge instead. Priests get Schism up on disc for pressing Mind Blast. Icy Veins summons your Water Ellie for Frost. Like a lot of like kind of things like that where things are kind of combined. Shred is like the main builder for Feral, like Maim is gone. But yeah, it's very similar to Dragonflight, it's just higher quality of life. Leveling is insanely faster, everything's account wide. There's no weekly vault that you have to like pad, and sockets aren't time gated. It's the same gear scaling, yeah. Like the progression curve for how you gear is the same. For me, it's just the only improvement is like the class design. Like they just need to separate Arena from Mythic Plus. And then, you know, we're chilling, but I don't know if they're ever going to put that much resources into Arena. Seems like they want people to just play Blitz. I think they are different enough that it doesn't really matter. I do think the problem of people only playing a beginning and end of a season, though, is getting worse and worse every expansion, every season. Like, pretty much the only people I ever fight now at high rating are just boosters or other streamers. Because they're the only people that are incentivized to play the middle 80% of a season. I think Decay is a much better system than Inflation, yeah. You don't even have to, like, make it perma. Like, you can just set it to be, like, rating Decay above Glad. But, like, the problem right now is just that... Why, if you're, like, a 2200 player that wants to push for Gladiator, why would you just get better and improve and gain 200 rating when you can just accidentally become 2600 if you wait 2 months to play the game? Like, the rating numbers just need to be consistent season to season. Where it's not like someone's like, oh, I'm 2.8 XP, but I'm actually a 2200 player because I just played a season where people were 3600 instead of 3K. The rating numbers just change too much every season, so people don't even really look at XP anymore. They just look at current CR because the ratings are just too different season to season. Or people will just quit because they think they got exponentially worse at the game. They're like, oh, I was 2K, now I'm hard stuck 1600. I'm just going to quit. I'm not good anymore. Why should I bother? And that happens to people. And the rating system is just so bad because if you want to push your peak CR, you're not incentivized to play until the end of the season. So you play the first month, you get gear, and then you go AFK for 3 months, and then you come back and you push rating. And that's what everyone does that's not a streamer or a booster. So it's like, I feel it a lot with Kata, where the only like people like Q and are people just sniping and dodging me. And it makes LFG more dead, and it snowballs really hard. Because there's just not enough rewards. Especially, like, getting through that hurdle between Glad and Rank 1. Like, I don't know why Legend and Glad overlap, instead of having, like, a 2-7 reward. But rewards just need to be more for low end, medium end, and high end. And there needs to be more percentile based that are consistent season to season. Like, the whole rating system just needs an overhaul. And inflation just does not work at all. I think rating for gear is bad because it lets people that are better just punch down. Like the only argument that like is for that is like people that want an advantage just I don't know. And it just makes people buy boosts to get the fucking gear anyway. It just doesn't work. Like, it should be entirely cosmetics of like, oh, I want the cool enchant, oh, I want the tabard, oh, I want this, you know. Oh, I want a different color of the same set. I think the main way you also fix this isn't just decay and fixing the percentages of the season. It's also just that there needs to be shorter seasons. So that you're in a beginning or end of a season more often. That was one of the few things that was good about Legion, is there was 2 seasons per raid tier, and that was huge for just keeping people active. Because you're always in the I'm re-getting my gear treadmill, and then you know, because if you just artificially slow down how fast you get gear, then people that just have PvE gear have too much of an advantage. I would say mage. Night Elf if you intend on playing any Asa or Outlaw. And you want to be like good in the normal matchups. And then Human or Orc if you're just class envying another sub-rogue. I think mage is probably more fun. It does more damage. And you don't have to worry about getting RP walking or getting disarmed or anything like that. Cons though, right? When you're getting spam growted by an Asa Rogue, or you're getting like 2-shot by a marksman hunter, and it's like raising your blood pressure, like it could be annoying, but there's a lot less of just I'm RP walking around while getting micro CC'd a billion times. And there's just something to be said about just doing more damage. Like I would say Frost Mage is a much stronger spec than Rogue. Mage is literally the #1 range DPS right now. Rogue is like top 4 melee. If you're going full meta slave mode. Dragon and Disc. Frost will get nerfed, but Arcane's really good too. Dragon DPS is not bad either. It's kind of sleeper, but it's not that great though. I rarely ever queued into it. But I'm sure like double Dragon's good in most things. Like it did comparable damage to like Affliction and Shadow Priest and stuff, but yeah. It's not a popular spec if it's not triple AoE one-shotting the whole team. See the big abyss crit? Like, I would put Devoker above Windwalker and Ret, I think. So it's like high A, last place of S, maybe? Probably high A. I played a lot of Feral, yeah. That was the second character I leveled. I did Rogue, then Feral, then second Rogue, then Warrior, then Mage, then Disc Priest. I'll try to do Warlock later, but I need a break. Even though they're nerfing leveling tomorrow. They're nerfing the scaling of low-level characters. So you're not like power times double level 80 at level 70. Just soloing the dungeon. I want to get my Alley Shaman too, but yeah. I haven't even set up my action bars for that one. Undead's still bad. Column points are built into better Blizz frames. Just going to miscellaneous. How you doing, Derp? Finished the priest today. We're at 680s. Still gotta do the warlock and the Ellie shaman and DH and Windwalker. I don't think how much I'm gonna play DH though. Or Windwalker, so. New rogue, tips for improving. Just do a lot of auto review. Like, find some way to like record in the background. Like there's like an Xbox app built into Windows 11 and 10, and then there's like the GeForce Experience NVIDIA Shadowplay thing. I wouldn't recommend Warcraft Recorder because that gave me like memory leaks. It was giving me computer issues for a while, but I'd say just get like the GeForce one, and then you just hit the button, get the last 10-20 minutes of gameplay, and then you kind of look over and like truly understand why something goes wrong. Or just be like, oh, why did this feel clunky? And it was like, oh, they did this preemptively 10 seconds before. Or, oh, how did I die here through this defensive? It's like, oh, I kind of overextended 10 seconds before. You know, like everything's kind of always hindsight, where it's just, if you don't like recognize the patterns of where things go wrong, you're not actually gonna usually learn. So yeah, just VOD review, watch streams, and then kind of just see the momentum of things. GG, how's the run your team? GG, man. The rest is just like muscle memory and like just playing faster. Having a good UI, good binds. I'm on the, I was gonna say the name of the beta realm. I'm on Tichondrius. That's how much beta I played last month, man. Where'd you put SP? Low, like bottom of S. I can't tell if SP or Affliction is better. The main problem with SP though is it loses to Warriors, and Warriors are obviously God mode. But I think God comp will be really good. I think Rogue Shadow Priest won't be that bad either. I think Shadow Play will be good too. But yeah, they're like top 4, top 5 caster. Or like ranged. I'd say the best range obviously is Frost Mage, which is gonna get nerfed. And then Ellie Shaman, then Marksman Hunter. And then it's between Affliction and Shadow Priest. Boomy's kind of A tier. I don't think there's really any bad ranged except for Fire Mage and Demo Walk. Healers is probably like Dragon, then Disc, then Druid and Shaman. I'm not sure what's better. Probably Druid. I guess I gotta go re-up my mercenary thing. I think Ellie Shaman's the second best caster. It just does some of the most damage, and it's immortal, and it has good utility. And it has some of the least counterplay, and it's the most annoying. You're just there, you spam instants, you have tremor, you have grounding, you top damage. I mean, I'm not really a big BG person, but I'll play it a little bit. There's not really anything that's similar to Sub-Rogue. The closest would be Windwalker, but it's not, yeah, it's like A tier right now. I guess Feral. I think Feral is kind of a more fun version. It's just, it's different, because you have precog and you can fake kicks with Clone. So it's kind of just a more fun version of Rogue, because you just have more CC. And you get way less annoyed by CC because you're just immune to poly, disarms don't bother you, you're immune to roots. You get to have sustained damage and you get to have burst. And more CC. How bad is leveling up? They didn't give any numbers or specifics. They just basically said that they don't want you to feel weaker when you level up, so they're gonna gut 70 to 73 being like better than level 80. DH is more like warrior? Yeah. DH has really few keybinds. Yeah, I would say the most fun ult from a rogue is probably Feral. And then Windwalker maybe, but I've just played so much Windwalker the last few expansions, I don't know. It just keeps getting clunkier and clunkier. Like, my problem with Windwalker is it doesn't have, like, good offensive mobility. All of its mobility is for, like, running away. So you're kind of always stuck in, like, limbo 10 yards away RP walking at someone. And then it's so much more feast or famine on the cooldown damage that people just always have a cooldown trade for. It's like trying to one-shot someone on a sub-rogue. And it's usually playing more melee cleavy type comps. There's no more, like, oh, I'm just gonna play Windwalker Destro, Windwalker Mage type mentality as much. I just don't enjoy melee cleaves. So, like, being able to play, like, FMP or something is, like, way more fun to me. it's awkward here is I want to swap, but I also don't want to lose my stacks. I mean, I guess here it wouldn't even generate stacks on someone new, so I could. And we got Baroque, thank you so much for the tier 1 as well. But is it 8 for the day already? Hell yeah. Did I put your names in all caps somehow? Buffs in yet. Like I said, there's no way to know if they're actually buffs. Like, for all I know, they could just be catching retail up to where the beta was at with like an undocumented beta change previously. But either way, like 10% shadow secret attack, 10% of this for minus 8% shadow strike is not gonna like prevent DKLE, DH, Mage, Warrior, SP, Lock, pretty much the entire roster from doing way more damage than you. You're still gonna be the same micro CC, you know? Maybe it'll make the less cheesier builds a little less feast or famine still. Where you won't need to feel like you want to do a cheese build. But like Suburb is still S tier, it's not about doing damage either way. It's in the talent command. These other poor rogues did 18 mil damage. They're actually like doing less than healers almost. Crazy is I'm like bis gear and I bought the expensive weapon enchant. And I'm still getting doubled by like randos in an unranked game. Instead of first dance. AoE rupture is insane. You can't really give it up, I don't think. Because it's really good because you can get finality rupture on 2 targets. And it's really good because it's kind of like AoE Shiv on Essa, where it will go through dodge mechanics. So like let's say a DH has Blur and you're hitting his teammate. You can rupture his teammate and then the rupture will AoE onto the DH through Blur and consume a Deathstalker stack. So there's a lot of tech things you can do with that. And it's just extra shadow damage, which has really good synergy with Lingering and Dark Brew. Goes through Monk Dodge. I mean, Monk Dodge is you just auto attack him for 1 global. Or you press a backstab or something. Or you Shadow Step behind it. Monk Dodge doesn't really matter that much. What's really good against Monk Dodge, though, is if you go into Better Blizz frames. I'm sorry I preached this out on so much, but this is how I like whitelist certain buffs and debuffs. You can just make the debuff enlarged and red. And then you'll just see if he has the evasion up or not. A lot easier than instead of it being like the 8th buff that you can't see. Because it's drowned out by 5 million other buffs. You could just have it. Because the enlarged buffs go first in order. So that's how I have like my Deathstalker mark is always like the first debuff. Just because I have it as like an enlarged buff in Better Blizz. But I can like make the Monk's dodge be like his first buff. And it's like really easy to see if he's playing it or not. Because it's an opt-in talent. Not every Monk has it. Because I think they lose Dampen Harm, like one of their defensive CDs, to get the passive random evasion. But it's like recognizing they have the buff is like 80% of the battle. And then you either just auto attack him for a second and let him dodge an auto attack, or you shadow step behind it. Or you just cheap shot. So yeah, it's not a 20% increase because for one, any modifier in this game is not additive. So it's not 20% here, 10% there, 10% here. Oh, that's 40%. It doesn't work that way. It's multiplicative. So it's like you times the initial base value by 20, then by 10, then by 10 or whatever. And it's way less than just the modifiers scaling infinitely with each other that way. But replicating shows up as something completely different on details. It doesn't come up as rupture damage. It comes up as like a whole secondary rupture. Hard in a BG because it's just so all over the place. So like here's replicating. You see how it's like purple? That means it's like shadow damage. Yeah, it doesn't do that much, but you more just play it so that you can make 2 ruptures both have finality. And that you can go through certain dodge mechanics. It's not about the damage it does. It's literally more the fact that it increases your actual real rupture by being more combo point efficient. And getting it on 2 or 3 targets. And all the ruptures that randomly go to little micro pets and shit is more singular focus damage too. It's definitely worth it. Shadow Strike does piss damage. And it's 2 RNG. So Rogue's pumping then? Not really. You're still last on damage, generally, always. But you still win games. It's like low S tier. It's like top 4 melee. I would say Fury, Unholy DK, and Feral are a lot better. But, yeah. And you do half the damage as most specs, but like your CC kit can still like carry games even though they nerfed CC a lot, even more than they did in Dragonflight. You guys' time is more valuable than mine. Probably shouldn't die for that though. I thought I would just zap him and go re-stealth off. What do you mean to the mark target? I'm just saying if you have a billion AoE ruptures on a billion different random micro pets, or you're just AoEing in general, but still all going to singular focus. So it makes fake damage still kind of real as just free extra pad. It's not like mandatory as your win con of like, oh god, I got a AoE rupture 4 times in a row on these demo pets. It's not like that good, but it's just like a, oh, the players were spread out, and my AoE rupture went onto the hunter pet for no reason, and now I gotta go tab rupture the death knight. Okay, well now I have an extra rupture on the hunter pet and an extra rupture on the DK pet. It's not useless fake damage, it actually, some of it's just going to my kill target for free. Now, what do I still wish I could opt out of the talent? Yeah, because this actually can break CC. So like if you go a healer and then you blind swap someone else and they like still have stacks, then your ruptures on random other players will just make the healer break out of mark or out of the CC. Because any of your pad on other people will just go straight to the healer. But it is what it is. It does a little damage proc, and then it's also a lot of agility. As far as I know, it doesn't break CC. Probably DK, just anything that like wins team fights. I've tried a lot of Trickster, yeah. I think Deathstalker is better. The problem right now though is Deathstalker's a little buggy. Sometimes your stacks randomly reset for no reason. But the problem with Trickster is you AoE break CC with this, and it's really hard to get 4 stacks in the same go without getting these to proc. And with coup de grace, you end up CCing yourself, and it makes you gap your stuns sometimes. And it's probably still not worth dropping 7 combo points for Cold Blood to get a big coup de grace. It's not worth it. It just doesn't do enough damage, and you AoE break CC, and yeah. If you really like Kyrian builds, Trickster is definitely still better. It's cool that phase targets can't parry, so you actually could go through warrior parry technically with it, but I don't think Fury even has parry. It's just arms, and arms is good. It's just you never see it because Fury is literally the best spec in the game besides Mage. Yeah, I think lock would probably be easier too. Yeah. I mean, the problem with that though is like you could just get 4 melee. Like lock's not always that good in shuffle because you just, if shuffle was like melee range healer only and melee just had longer Q times, then sure, that'd be a giant buff. But being like one caster just getting trained by like a DK warrior and like an Asa rogue all at the same time is miserable. When you're just one caster versus 3 melee on the casting couch. It's the same as being 1 melee and RP walking at 3 wizards. But, yeah. The Valor Stones only, like, help you upgrade the PvE item level of stuff. I looked on Wowhead, and it is a old hero talent that doesn't exist, but I don't know how you're proccing it. I tried like going back and forth between Asa and Sub to see if I could force it to proc. I tried changing the choice nodes around the other way. I don't know what the fuck you did to do it, because I've never seen it happen. But it says it's supposed to be pressing backstab or mutilate with slice and dice up. Yeah, if I spam backstab right now, right? See, I'm not getting it. Yeah, I don't know why you're bugged. That's weird. Because when I wowheaded, it is a hero talent that just doesn't exist. Like maybe it's fixed now, yeah. Yeah, I've heard of a lot of people dropping stealth. The only thing I know that like bug pulls you out far away is like when a warlock summons Charhound, but they could be like some random toy item. But that's happening to a lot of people. That's like one of the frequently asked questions I see a lot. Like 10 different people have been asking me about that, but it doesn't happen to me, so I don't know. I don't know if it's some weird quest toy item thing or if it's just like a macro bug or something like that. Doesn't really happen to me. The only thing I know that I tested on the beta that would pull me out far away repeatedly is warlocks with Charhound. But yeah. RMP will be really, really good, but it depends how long Frost and Sub go before they get gutted. Then we'll probably be in for some 10-minute Asa Outlaw Arcane. In which case I'd rather just play Feral. I mean, Shurikens from critting or not doesn't give you anything new, besides applying Find Weakness, I guess, randomly on pets and stuff. But Weapon Master's not good, though. It's extra combo points sometimes, but getting Finality on 2 people is huge. Even if the replicating itself is like 300k damage for like 4 mil rupture damage, it's still buffing your actual ruptures by like a mil by the fact that you had twice as many out. Rupturing 2 people at a time. And then even then, if you randomly rupture a DK pet or a hunter pet or something, because they're like too spread out, that's still extra singular focus damage. So, I don't know. I think Weapon Master is piss terrible. Not sure how I didn't drop combat there, but okay. That's burst. kind of pair it with blades and it does twice as much damage that a Shadow Strike would do. As well as sometimes just giving you bugged multiple teleports in a row. And like a little Shadow Strike modifier because it counts as like being in stealth. Best DPS, Fury and Frost Mage, and then like Ellie and DK, and then like Feral. And then like Sub Rogue and Asa Rogue, and then like Shadow Priest and Affliction. Well, Shadow Priest and Affliction also do double Sub Rogue damage. And Asa Rogue also does like way more damage than Sub 2. But like Sub Rogue is above them just because of the kit. Yeah, I would say Rogue is like top 4 melee, top 10 overall spec. Sepsis just gives 6 points with blades instead of 7. I don't know why. Sometimes with Shadow Technique it'll finish it up. It's just a bug. It's been bugged since Dragonflight. And then Sepsis also doesn't interact with pre-med at all. That one's more annoying than blades, because at least with blades it like partially works. With pre-med it just doesn't interact with it at all. It doesn't consume the buff or anything. So there are times where I want to do like a Sepsis secret or something, and then like I have to just do a Shadow Strike. .1 mil, nice. I don't know how big the leveling nerf's gonna be. I think Ellie's better than SP by a lot, yeah. Ellie is the second best ranged. Frost Mage, then Ellie, then Marksman. If you want to be a meta slave. But at the end of the day, just play what you enjoy. Like the shits that truly is broken is like Fury and Frost are gonna get nerfed 100%. But generally Ellie is usually immune to nerfs. They got some higher ups in there or something. It just lets them insta-cast bot their way to the top every single season. Like I think if the game came out right now, like the best comps would probably be Warrior Ellie, Warrior Hunter, RMP. I think DH Boomki might still be good too, but like maybe not. That one's like more of a Hail Mary. But definitely Warrior Hunter, Warrior Ellie, RMP, God Comp, which is like Mage Shadow Priest. Maybe Shadow Play. Maybe TSG. Boomy's like A tier, but like it's a 5% buff from being God mode because Cyclone is still like the only good CC in the entire game. It's not just like a random micro CC and can't be broken by your teammates. Can't be dispelled. I mean, I guess you could MD it, but yeah, Asa is probably actually better than Sub. I haven't been pumping on that shit, but I don't like playing Asa. I really hope it. I hope they don't just like nerf Sub and not Asa. It's boring, just like tab dotting people. Like if I want to like play a PV spec, I'd rather just play an actual PV class. Then I don't have to get annoyed by like bleed dispel, and like I actually have probably more CC than what an Asa Rogue does. Besides mindless AoE growths. Survival is like B tier, it's pretty shit. It uncontrollably explosive shot breaks CC too much, and it's immortal, but it doesn't really do impressive damage. Survival is one of the few bad specs. I'd say like Survival and Destro are like the only B tier specs, and then like the only like F tier specs are like Enhance and Fire Mage and Demo Lock. And then pretty much the rest of the game is S or A tier. With A tier being the not truly broken Ret, Boomy, Windwalker territory. And then everything else is kind of S. Maybe Devoker would be kind of top of A to bottom of S. Either way, tier lists, I don't really fully believe in them anyway. It's just gone to my head predicting like just patterns of what PV is the best. Mistweaver monks are pretty shit. Best healers is like Dragon by a mile, and then it's like Disc and Shaman and Druid. And then I don't really see the other healers ever. Holy Priest is terrible. Mistweaver's pretty terrible. I would put Mistweaver above Holy Priest. It's a low bar though. Up an hard enemy. I guess it is BG I did, but most BGs I'm like not even like top damage is usually triple or quadruple me in a BG setting, and then in shuffle I'm usually half of if across the whole lobby if they're all S tier classes. Now if it's like an individual round and it's like a lobby where there's not like A tier classes, I could be within like 10 mil damage if the game is like less than a minute to a minute and a half long. Like if I win in like 2 to 3 goes and there's like windwalkers and enhanced shamans and shit in the game, then yeah, I can actually not be last on damage. But either way, even if you're last on damage, you can carry really hard with your CCs. So rotation guide, not yet. I'm trying to work on one eventually. But how do you fade details? You go into your settings for it, and then you go into automation, and you check mouse interaction, and then you just adjust how much you want it to be when you hover over it or when it's not hovered over. That's just because I'm literally best in slot gear with verse mastery crafted gear, and I bought the expensive weapon enchant. And I still get out DPS by randos in an unranked game. Even when I'm in a pre-made. I can have 100% uptime, 0 deaths. With a pocket healer, grabbing Zerker buff and like using potions and shit, and still like do half of what any Shadow Priest, Lock, LE, DK, Warrior, Hunter, Mage is gonna do. SP, Feral. Well, maybe not. I can outdamage a Feral actually. Ferals are insane at like burst and stuff, but they're not like good scoreboard damage, I feel like. Outdamage Dev? No, not even close. I can barely outdamage. I can outdamage an Augvoker, and I can outdamage an Enhancement Shaman. And then if the game is really short, I can kind of keep up with anything. If the game is like a minute long. If I'm at like 40 mil and they're at like 45 mil or something. Maybe 40 to 50 mil. Like 10 mil behind. J10s, thank you so much for the tier 1. Typed up. I said 9 for the day. Are you in the same league as Disc? Probably. I mean, either way, they'll buff Druid for no reason and nerf Disc. I don't know how you nerf Dragon though is the problem. It has too much in the toolkit. Like the range isn't enough of a weakness for it to do like disc level damage while being so mobile, so perma aura mastery, so many defensive CDs on short CDs, bleed dispel also being a decurse, having a purge, having a long kick, sleep having a really high threshold to breaking on damage, having how broken a pressing roar is, having multiple ways to immune CC, let alone like nullifying, having a knockback with the racial. Like their toolkit literally has everything. Like it's kind of impossible to balance Dragon. Two daggers is just more energy and combo point procs on shadow techniques. If you want a verse mastery offhand, just get the 2100 crafted dagger eventually, like later in the season. Yeah, they gave them a blink too, like they needed that one, dude. It's from a world quest in the first zone. It's a PvP world quest. Should be up right now. If you don't see it, it's probably because you don't have war mode on. Or you're on EU. I think EU just has different World Quest rotation than NA. But it might be there tomorrow, I'm not sure. Best heals for season 3? Or for 3? I don't know why I said season 3. Probably Dragon, Disc, Shaman, and Druid. Just don't play Monk. He's dead. So are our Druids. People just live complaining about Disc. Until it's stuck with just RMP and jungle. Or just Mem making it work. Ideally, priest metas are a lot more fun than the other metas. Lock Shaman versus Lock Shaman is always boring, but I would still probably pick Shaman over some of the other metas. HPL metas are just Pepega, everyone running in, bopping aggro, bubbling aggro, and doing nothing as melee cleaves. HPL metas are probably one of the worst metas. And then our Druid metas are always the worst meta, like, of all time. Because that's just, nobody plays, everyone's max ranged, LSD triangle. Every map feels like Pulveron, and we'll just never play the game. Our Druid metas are just the worst. But ideally, every healer should feel good, but the game has never been balanced ever, so. If more healers felt good, hopefully Copium more healers would play and the queues would be shorter. But it's kind of a thankless job. I mean, a DK should 1v2 Rogue Mage, almost not kidding. I don't know if Warrior's good at double DPS 2s, but I guess Fury is that broken. Honestly, I'd probably pick the Fury Death Knight right now. 99% of the time I'd pick Rogue Mage, but I feel like Fury and DK could both almost 1v2. The only difference is that Mage counters Warrior, but not sure how they lost the note and the flag. Oh, I capped that with one base. That's awkward. I shouldn't have. Should have just dropped it for someone else to hold on to it forever. I thought we still had Fel Reaver. That's awkward. Or does Cloak didn't remove my Deathstalker stacks there? I've never seen that. Usually it always removes it, whether you're playing God Cloak or not. Spaghetti continues to just be spaghetti. I wasted my Abyss crit there, because I thought it would like re-proc Shadow Strike. Or stacks for me to get a second proc from killing it. It's not even the AoE AMS, it's just the warrior himself as a healer, and then the DK is a range class. And a warrior might be able to stay on a mage with the Chains of Ice Copium, not really, but... Stuck in a warrior spirit. Kick grip back on the goblin glider, bro. The guy hates me. Yeah, I think we're gonna lose this PG. Even though we're kind of ahead right now, barely, but they just keep getting ninjas that we're not. I'm like 1v3 every time I go to a node. I sub feel right now. You can't tell anything from this like pre-season Battleground skirmish shenanigans, but from playing like 1,000 rounds of shuffle on the beta, it feels good. It's not like top 10 spec in the game, top 4 melee. Like that's around where it's at. It's good. Your damage is not the greatest, but you can do okay rupture pad. And you can kind of blades people with no trinket that aren't orcs if they're like already rotted. Waiting on the wall then before I do the big of this crit. I would say Marksman is a better spec than Sub-Rogue, barely. They're close, but Marksman's like a top 3 ranged. And it's like the only counter to mage being super busted. Yeah, Marksman's really good. Not teeing this because I don't have blades. Kind of dueling defensively here to not die to the hunter. Doesn't really do anything though. Are you throwing a fan of knives in there? It's more combo points than backstabbing or anything. It's the same as Shadow Strike if I'm hitting only one target, but with this Clear the Witness proc after doing your Deathstalker marks, it makes it give you extra combo point. So fan of knivesing on one target is still better than backstabbing. Like the goal is almost never backstab ever. Unless you have the weird Calvish bug that he had, where he had like a hero talent that didn't even exist. Like an old alpha hero talent or something that was like buffing backstab. I don't know how the fuck you had that though. He was like sending me screenshots of it, confused. And I was like trying to replicate it and I could not get it. Fury Warrior and Frost Mage are the best melee, best range. But they will get nerfed for sure. And then I would say it's like LEDK and then like Feral. I think Feral will get nerfed kind of too though, because the bites are huge. A lot of it I think is like the tier set's not properly nerfed, and then I think something else is like bugs too there. Hopefully they don't just like over nerf it and then fix the bug and like double nerf it League of Legends style, but Unholy, yeah. Unholy's insane. Outlaw was stronger. I mean, it's still like A. My problem with Outlaw is just the design. I hate RNG. Like I wish they would have just got rid of Roll the Bones and got rid of Ace Up Your Sleeve between the eyes spam, and yeah, just got rid of the RNG mechanics. Instead, they doubled down on it, and their hero talents are even more RNG. Like Fatebound is just ass. That's what they play, but I hate the design of it. I forgot what button to shoot. I forgot to dash. Great streamer, what's up? How you doing, George? Right now we're done with the underground on our road. We've leveled 6 different 80s. We got 2 rogues, we got a warrior, we got a feral, we got a mage, and we got a priest. I still want to do my warlock and my shaman, but too much leveling. That's right, it's like A tier. Still has all the same boring OP defensive utility that makes them like boring in stall out games. Like, I'm sure Ret DH will be good if it gets a buff or something. I'm sure Ret DK will be okay, and Ret Hunter will be okay, and you know, like you could definitely get rank 1 on it. But yeah. It's like A tier. They're pretty rarely seen, but like they're not terrible. They're not like enhancement shaman bad. They're just like not Fury Warrior, DK, Feral level broken. Warlock any good? It's like low S. Same with like Shadow Priest. Like they're not Ellie Shaman Frost Mage level broken, but like they do really good damn. How's your stream going? Yesterday was really good. I think we were like over 40 subs yesterday, and we got a dono on YouTube and Twitch. Yesterday we were pumping. Today is kind of a slow start because I had like 50 to 70 viewers leveling the first couple hours because I was working on my priest because they announced they're nerfing leveling tomorrow. So I wanted to kind of get a little more of it out of the way. They're supposedly like nerfing the scaling, where like 70 to 73 is like almost more OP than being level 80. So the dungeon clear speeds are going to definitely be a little slower. And trying to level under geared might be a little more annoying. Back to RNG procs. Well, I think they cast a little more than they did in Dragonflight, but like not by much. Like it's still primarily instant spam, yeah. No counterplay. Run around, be tanky, do crazy off healing. Where's that X go? Oh, it's right here. I think I'm gonna buy a socket just to test and see if it works on honor gear. But I also want to buy the pattern for leatherworking. We're taking so long. How you doing, Fauci? I think they're like looking for a healer, but we've been mostly queuing without a healer anyway. I just had my hair tied back the other day. That's what the hate rate on YouTube though. I don't even know who that is. They even play WoW? Like genuinely kind of curious. Actually ban on YouTube, I guess. I thought the chat thing I had right now let me ban people, but it doesn't seem to work that well. I unbanned the wrong guy. Try to fix that, Antonio. Sorry. I'm actually straight, but yeah. Well, bye. But I've been living with my girlfriend for 3 years. Oh, I gotta take a screenshot to remember how to unban you. I'm sorry. Or wait, let me see. Unhide. Okay, I think that fixed it. Because I banned the wrong guy. My girlfriend does my nails, so I like it. It's a quality of life thing. Keeps me from chewing on them. And just other stuff too. WoW in 2024, yeah, I just enjoy WoW. I play tournaments, you know. Got caught in the crossfire, yeah, actually. Oh, I need to get the Merc buff. I mean, I do. We got 3rd place in the Cataclysm tournament. We almost beat Sidu, who won the whole thing. That was a nice couple grand. Going for the 20th top 0.1% rank 1 title, you know? 20th time's the charm. For like the last 15 years. We just love WoW. Even if it's a dead game. Can we both make it terrible? It's not really about that. Or, I don't know. Just a quality of life thing. Keeps them sharp, makes you not have to file them as much too. Nails are nice. My body count's pretty high, but yeah, that's what it is. Oh, real's true. I played a lot of Smash, a lot of StarCraft, a lot of League. My pronouns? He, him. I am bi though, but yeah, it is what it is. Weird that the guy that does hate raids is like 1/3 the amount of followers I do though. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I don't really understand the hate raid guy because like I don't know who he is. Does he play WoW though? Actually. Like, the YouTube stuff is just for fun for some people that don't want music, or for people that want to like rewind easier, or to get away from some of the Twitch ads. But like 99% of my stream is on Twitch. But you know, it is what it is. YouTube's just like a nice little bonus. I make almost nothing from the YouTube stream. It's like less than $100 of ad revenue, and then like maybe 1 or 2 super chats a month for like, and then 99% of my income is just Twitch, and maybe occasional coaching and stuff like that, like doing VOD reviews and stuff for people. You love WoW so much, why don't you marry it? I mean, it's ruined enough of my of my life playing it for 20 years, but you know, it is what it is. Who's better? I mean, got bubble. Sucks to raise my stacks, but I'll just go this guy. Be a Viscrit. Could be fine here. Not. You raid? I mean, that'd be nice. We got Refi gifting one over to Master Clicker. Thank you so much, man. Finish at 10 for the day. Appreciate you. Old school undead, yeah. The undead buff ends in 9 minutes though. I don't have like iMorph or anything. I don't know how the Avidzura command went back off though. I thought I turned that one off. Orc Biss? Not really. It doesn't. I think Orc might be bugged though and giving too much stats. I saw like someone had a tooltip of it being like 4,000 or something, but I think that's just bugged. That seems excessive. Maybe not actually. But the on-use trinket's like 8,400 now. I think it's just how big the numbers are unscaled. They're gonna remove racials from PvP. And I think Orc and Human and Night Elf are really toxic. I think Night Elf just shouldn't drop combat. It should just be an outplay to like immune stuff. And Orc should only give you the stun reduction if you preemptively Blood Flurry the stun. And I don't know how you change Human. But it'd be nice if I could, like, I would rather people could actually pick other races than just turn them off. So I think there is some value to the game from like Void Elf and Gnome and Tauren and stuff like that. Blood Elf off in Alter Time, you know, something huge like that. Yeah, my main rogue is Human, alt rogue is Night Elf. I'm probably gonna mostly play sub and then multi-class a bunch too. By farming Arno when you're full geared, because you can send the honor to your ults at a 20% penalty. It's like better than logging on the ult and being under geared. That, and I can maybe buy sockets too. I like double dagger because you just get more passive energy regen and combo point procs. Yeah, Human and Orc are for like sub rogue v sub rogue class envy, and then Orc and or just Night Elf is if you intend on playing any Asa or Outlaw, and then Night Elf also just for the other matchups that like aren't rogue v rogue, where like you want to like meld triple cheap shot off nullifying or shroud, or just like to immune coil and stormbolt and stuff like that. There's a lot you could do with it. The guide for burst? Not really yet. The gist of it is it's pretty much the same build as Dragonflight, but you're playing around your hero talents, and you have to open with Shadow Strike instead of opening with stuns to get your stacks, and then you want to do 3 finishers to get rid of your stacks to get this Evis crit that you should make a weak aura at a track, and then try not to dump this into like defensive CDs, or you can like swap someone else with it because the buff lasts for 30 seconds. So you just do 3 finishers, get the Evis crit, swap someone else. Make sure you like line up the finality and like T and everything with the big Abyss. So it can be like soft open, Shadow Strike, Kidney, Shadow Strike, Dance, Rupture, Sepsis, Secret, Restun, Abyss, Restun, Abyss. And then the last Abyss, like you basically had finality and Darkest Night. But just run around, Rupture Pad, have good micro CC. Be annoying. Don't expect to be top damage. And you'll plump. Sub good in PvE. I don't really know PvE stuff, I'm sorry. I just PvP. Full geared? Yeah, I am. We're about 7,000 honor past full gear. But if I want to gear like all 6 characters I leveled, it's nowhere near done. Can I change the look? It's a toy item. But I'm also queuing mercenary mode BGs, which means I'm normally human, but I'm queuing as horde, so it's making me be undead temporarily. But yeah, I was using this toy item. I mean, you could use a program called iMorph, but yeah. Explain the burst again. Build stack with Shadow Strike, do 3 finishers to get this buff, and then do a big Abyss crit with like T and everything. So like Shadow Strike, Rupture, or Shadow Strike Kidney, into like Shadow Strike Dance, Rupture, into like Shadow Strike Secret. Well, I would do Abyss, and then restun Secret, restun Abyss. Mainly because you want to get Deeper Daggers to buff the Secret, and you want to time the delayed damage of Secret to be at the same time as the big Abyss. So we have 1 finisher left on stacks, we'll send the Secret. We have the buff now, big Abyss. It was like 2.3 million because he had the orb in the Battleground that makes him take more damage. I think we're losing this though. Yeah, that affects Shadow Strike and stuff, but you have to read the bottom talent. So when you consume all 3 marks, you get an empowered Evis crit that gives you more damage and a crit and energy regen. So you're trying to speedrun your stacks down to get the big Evis right here. The Shadow Strikes and stuff don't matter. It doesn't do damage no matter what you do. Full gear, the best Shadow Strike you can get is like 400k out of like 7 million. It's terrible. Yeah, we'll send the secret here. And then we can T the big Evis crit. I got 3, give the one over to Previs. Thank you so much, man. 11. Yeah, we're getting shit on this BG. I guess it's just because we don't have our own pocket healer in the group. It's like bug healers. It's our first BG loss of the day, though, out of like 10. I don't like this sepsis here because I like it to line up with blades. Really bad that I wasted T here. Getting trained a little too hard. The game been lagging a little bit, yeah. Kind of just depends if you're doing like group content and it puts you in like a central server. I might queue some skirms after this one. Kind of BG'd out. Even if it's worse honor per hour. Need some variety. Yeah, I have them. I just forget to use them sometimes. But it's not like I'm getting any honor for a loss anyway, but might as well do that. Either way, I have like 2.5 weeks to get it done. It is a lot of characters though, but at the end of the day, like, I don't need to have every single character bis honor geared out day 1 of the season. Because chances are the first day or 2 might be pure rogue even. In which case I'm just going to keep getting even more honor from just playing arena too. So it's probably better to even tunnel getting the sockets right now more than it is to even get the ults geared. So I'm just going to get pretty much most of the honor I want from arena anyway. Grabbed a healer right after that or something. I queue a few scrims though. Why do you play Shiv on that build? I just like it. I use it a lot, actually. In moments where I have filler globals where I'm not dancing or anything, I might as well have backstab be utility. Like the one global I would backstab could just be a Shiv global for like 84% slow. But I use it a decent bit. I don't think I'm energy starved enough to need rush setup. And it's just nice to have an 84% snare sometimes. When you just have filler globals, like, oh, this guy's in disperse. Might as well just slow him at the end of his disperse. Or, you know. I have uptime on a mage, I want to make it more annoying for him RP walking around. It's just like a situational button. If you're ever in a moment where you're cornered enough that you might actually press backstab a singular time in a game, instead of like fan and knife spam or just doing your dance rotation, then it's just nice to have a little 84% slow on someone. Very not good. It's viable. I think the Deathstalker build is more consistent, less cheesy. Yeah, you can still carry it over a mill with Trickster, but problem is like with Trickster, you're forced into taking this, which breaks CC. And coup de grace CCs yourself, so you sometimes gap your stuns. I can play a game of Trickster if you want though, just for fun. So you can see the diff. Coup de grace into a big Kyrian. This is a weird game because I fucked up the Kyrian in the opener. So I didn't realize I changed the keybind of T. So I changed the keybind of my Kyrian. EU servers up? I'm not sure. Sorry. You see this build? This is the Trickster build. Yeah, they're both in the same talents command. If you do exclamation mark talents. This one technically can burst harder if people are like mentally AFK and they just let you set up on them with no big debuffs, no brain power, no weak auras, you know, and you're just like, okay, I'm gonna strike, flag, rupture, strike, dance, kidney, strike, secret, strike, strike. You know, and then Avis Kyrian, you know, Avis, and you're just sending all these globals and they're just mentally AFK and they let you 30 stack flag it. I guess. But, or you just go one guy soft and then swap the other guy, and, they just don't micro CC you at all. But it's so telegraphed and it's bad. The brand is like Eureka Ergonomics. I think X-Wishwit's setup should have the link to everything, but actually I don't know if it has link to the chair, but our Rogues and Dragonflight, they're like low S, top 4 melee. They're good. Top 10 spec overall. Like it's decent. There's better specs for sure, but like I would say Fury Warrior, Unholy DK, Feral are definitely better, and then a lot of wizards are better, and yeah. Like I wouldn't put Rogue near Fury, Frost, Ellie, Death Knight, Feral. That's like right after that. Like it's nowhere near as bad as like where Survival or Destro is, and then like the worst of the worst is like Demo and Enhance and Fire. Is Unholy hard to learn? No, it's really easy. Three Death Knights, one arena, nice. Way more energy starved as this build is the problem. Unholy's doing triple my damage so far. I don't want to blades here, but I just die if I don't go. I guess that's just GG. I'm dying through bop for wizards. Yeah, see how much clunkier this build is if they just don't let you choose them. Crazy as Fury Warrior is more broken than Unholy. So is Frost Mage. But yeah. Somehow this Unholy did 19 mil. He doesn't have his keyboard plugged in. The Unholy on my team. I probably would have done like 30, 40 mil with T, because I would have said way more Rupture Pad. And I wouldn't have been energy starved every single time I went for CC. No, sub's like good, so they're gonna nerf it if anything. It's just you can't really tell much from unranked Fiesta skirmish type content. Was that pet kick? Probably. It's really rare you fight another holy that has their keyboard plugged in. Why the class is usually allowed to just be broken. Priest is playing ad app. Just switch the sap. First make a aggro to kill me. I'm sitting this, even though it's blades. I have to think close. I didn't want to, but here it's good to just shiv the mage. Pick that. Go blind. Can't sap because he has a random pet out, but I'll gouge off that though. Into a kidney. And I'll just swap rogue. If they ever get me one time because he's in a blind. Drag him into my bar. Big duel on road, big abyss crit. Tries to vanish in duel, doesn't do anything. Got his cheat death. Off stun DR, so I need to disarm rogue just to delay the go. And then we can go kidney healer. He gets a ring actually. We'll just vanish so I don't get stunned. Pick poly. This. We'll T the big abyss crit here. Mage puts me on stun DR with snowdrift, that's good. See the abyss crit. Might still be dead here. Try to stop the poly, but I couldn't. Shiv mage for uptime. Human that. Secret. Go stun the healer for CC. Send him a Vis crit, he just dies. The Disc Priest out-damaged the enemy sub-rogue. Because he was playing Trickster. Yeah, that makes sense. It does fucking nothing. Kinda dead now. I think both versions are gonna just take turns dying. People tend to only play the beginning and end of seasons nowadays. Because the seasons are just too long and inflation doesn't do a good job and there's not enough rewards. It's just easier for people to push with inflation, so everyone just AFKs. They get their gear and then they go AFK like 3 months and then they come back and push for whatever their goal is. Because there's just no point to play the middle of the season. Your 100's rating lower than you belong, you know, air quotes, and all you fight is just boosters and other streamers. Like, that's the only people that play like the middle of a season. And there's just not enough variety on Kata right now. I'll just get sniped by the same 200 teams, and that's the only teams I'll ever fight for 100 games almost. At high rating. So, yeah. Sure, talents. Yeah, I have the talents in the exclamation point talents command. It feels a little too much like Dragonflight, but at least sub's a little more viable. It's still getting doubled in damage by a lot of specs, but like, even and your CC is even more nerfed than it was, but it still feels like I can carry a little more than I could in Dragonflight. But in general, I'm just happy that leveling is super fast, and there's no weekly vault, and like there's a couple other quality of life things. So I'm gonna try to multi-class a lot more since it's so much easier to cap ults and level ults. Waiting to vanish this just because I want to get my blind on CD for the cooldown reduction. Vanish to reset my kidney. Got the second pain sup. I haven't really gone yet. I'll just hold on to my Abyss crit until after the pain sup. Guess I can just send buttons now though. I'll stun the dragon just to feel. Shiv lock to make it easier to get back to him after we go kidney the healer. Pop everything here. Can't gouge healer because he's perma random dotted by the TK. Got trinket with kidney. I have a duel, but I don't really have any damage. Kick priest. We'll gouge dragon just to feel. It breaks, of course. Random nothingness. He does a DR Hoj. I'll try to blind out of it. But it's probably gonna break. Breaks. See the Abyss. He coils into my cloak. Doesn't matter though. I'm gonna dual healer for CC. Do a kidney, hopefully. Dragon pop CDs. We're just gonna kidney the dragon to stop damage. Especially because he walled aggro for the Aura Mastery. Evasion for the damage reduction. With the hero talent. I'm not playing long cloak. Try to off-stun the healer here. DK stun for himself. See a lot of this damage here. I shouldn't be second on damage there, it's just I'm full geared with the expensive enchant, and there's just a gigantic player gap. Because it's unranked skirmishes, you know, but... Sure talents, just do the exclamation point talents command. And it'll have both builds. What's up, feeling good? I mean, it's like one of the top 10 specs, top 4 melee. Your damage is pretty bad, but you know, you can do a lot with it. Even though they nerfed your CC even more. They put vanish duration at 1.5 in PvP. They added 10 seconds to kidney cooldown, and then they nerfed gouge down to 3, and they made gouge a longer CD also. And you're still kind of doubled in damage by most of the specs in the game, and kidney is still hard capped at 5. So like Demon Hunter Chaos Nova is almost the same duration as kidney anyway, if it's a singular Chaos Nova, not AoE. A lot of stuns are like 5 seconds now, so it's kind of like Feral has 20-second kidney and we don't. They with Maim. Like, you know, I get people like whining about cheap shot, but definitely doesn't warrant doing half the damage just because you're mobile and tanky. But I think that's just because it's impossible to balance around bargain, duel, or just CDR in general. You're just there to run around and just do like a step kick, gouge kidney into duel, into kick, into kidney again, you know, and just harass. But yeah, usually in like a long shuffle or like normal threes game, Rupture is like 30% of my dam. Then we got the Birdman himself, Twerk. Gifting 25, waking me the hell up. Okay. Did you figure out the keybind stuff, by the way? So this hitting for like 900k to 1.2 mil generally on beta. Mostly nice. Is that better than Asa? Honestly, Waz is doing crazy damage on Asa. Like, Asa's also S tier. It's just, I hate playing Asa. I'd rather just play a different class than play it. It's really boring and lame, just running around, coin flipping your matchups on like, oh, they have Bleed Dispel, or, you know, spamming Fan of Knives, Crimson Tempest, and it's just boring. And I don't enjoy Asa at all. Like, if I wanted to play a PvE spec, I would just play a different class and have more CC and be less squishy. Outlaw's linear as Asa. Outlaw's pretty unlinear, but that's just because it's insanely RNG. But I would say Outlaw's the weakest of the three. It's like A tier. It's just, there's too much RNG for it to just also have 0 burst. It's literally a sustained damage only spec that barely does more damage than Sep. So it's like, why would you do almost the same damage as Sep, sometimes even less, to just not have burst at all? Got both of his vanishes. kicking the shaman like he's a soccer ball on CD. Alright, break that, I'm bad. I'm getting that. Do another kick. Poor guy, man. Two v 3 lasted longer than the 3v3, man. Hunters are really immortal now. So much easier to kill that rogue. The rogue did 5 mil health, or 5 mil damage. Our druid almost out damaged. I mean, he was dead half the game, but. Yeah, I'm full on Valor Stones. Where was the upgrade building again? Was it this one? Exchange. I don't think that's it. I think that's for the vault. Even though it's like a PV only thing now. I think it was this building. Yeah, it's here. Okay, cool. Let's upgrade the dagger, I guess, a little bit. Just to spend some flight stones, I guess. Make my world questing experience a little better. Wow, it's just pure flight stones. Okay. Thought it would be something else. Dude, scrims, yeah. We're pretty much full gear, but. I don't know if Hansel's gonna stay, but I think he thought I was doing Battlegrounds. Came on missing key. Oh, there he is. Yeah, I'm doing scrims. Is it worth upgrading PvP stuff? No. I'm just literally capped out on the currency. And I don't really intend on getting PvE gear. Doesn't really affect PvP at all. Yeah, I like the verse amp embellishment, I think. How's War Within treating it? It's been good. Quality of life's a lot higher than Dragonflight, but the gameplay is pretty similar. Your rotation's just a little different, that's it. duel if he gets me out of this. Birds. Thank you again for the gifties earlier, man. Appreciate it, man. Sorry, I didn't know fully what you were wanting with the keybind help the other night. I think September 10th. You got plenty of time. I think they're nerfing leveling a little bit tomorrow, sadly, though. So, feel bad that I haven't gotten more done because I only leveled 6 characters. Still want to do my lock and my shaman, and more than that. But yeah, they're making it to where like 70 to like 75 isn't like more OP than being 80 with the scaling. Should have teed that at this crit, but I guess I'll hold on to it now. Thing, so it stops being a bubble. Arena out? No, I'm just kidding, skirms. It's definitely worse BG than, or worse honor than doing Battlegrounds, but I'm just playing it for fun. We have full gear, we have 2.5 weeks to get all the honor we need. I might even just start getting sockets instead of gearing my ults. And then I'll just gear my ults from doing arena. I don't know, it depends how much honor I'm gonna earn, I guess. Maybe I'll like gear like the alt rogue, and Calm Stomp is over already on NA. I was just too bored to do Calm Stomp yesterday, so. We had a lot of good like pre-made versus pre-made Battleground groups yesterday. On Pacific's on honor gear. Yeah, you can buy honor gear now. And you can sell these for like 15k gold each, I think. Maybe more. Because you can sell these, and you need them to get the sockets. And you can just transfer your honor between your characters. If you need to. It's the Naj CDs and CC's one. It's like a bundle of a bunch of stuff. You doing scrims? Yeah. It's not better honor than Battlegrounds. I'm just playing it for fun. Tap block. Try to get the nulls off. Got 2. Got all 3. Fun for him to cast a sheep or something. Dark Wolf Coil. Just duel before the rogue heals me. I don't know if that's worth, but... Big T the Eviscerate. What'd you get Valor Stones? Just doing PvP. And occasional world quests and campaign. Pretty much anything. But you don't really need to use them on anything. Because it doesn't affect PvP item level at all in Arena. Or Battlegrounds or anything. It will only affect the item level of PvP gear if you're like running around doing world quests. Not Rogue Dip? Yeah, I don't know. You press 2 Gloom Blades. And I pressed 7 Eviscerates, 9 Shadow Strikes, a couple Ruptures, a Secret Tech. I also have the expensive enchant. The like 90 gold weapon enchant. 90k. I got crafted Verse Mastery boots. Because you can't get Verse Mastery otherwise with honor. And then we got crafted Verse Mastery, or this is actually normal honor. Crafted Verse Mastery second ring, so I could have 2 Verse Mastery rings. And then we got Engineering Bracers that are greens. So we got Pure Mastery Bracers, kinda sick. And then World Quest, we got a Verse Mastery World PvP chest. Yeah, Authority. Or Radiant Power, sorry. Is that even the right one? Yeah, primary stat Radiant damage, that's right. Already Verse Mastery Bracers? True, but... Mastery is really low right now. I'll try to turn on an equivalent to Trophy after this game. Duel at the end of the CC chain. Get bubble. Kidney off that even though he's going to sink it. That. Go to Storm Hunter on these CDs. Still buy these just to see the difference. But... I forget the name of it, but it's like an Alienware Dell 360 hertz OLED. (1440p), 27-inch. It was like the first of the QD OLEDs to hit the market in January. Pretty big jump though to normal like IPS kind of panels. It was nice. OLED is like a lot less input laggy. How do you farm Valor Sense? I answered you. There's no like farming it. You just get it from anything, but you don't need it for PvP. It will only impact your gear. It's like world quest, like open world item level, not even like world PvP even, because it like already scales up more than what it would upgrade. It doesn't affect what it does in arena at all. You just get it from anything. PvP, PvE, campaign. Big Abyss crit with stacks. For like the playlist or anything right now. I have like 5 different playlists, but I'm auto playing off of this right now, but that's not my main one. This one is my main one, but for like rock and grunge and metal and stuff. Oh, actually, that didn't even link that. I linked the trance and like drum and bass one, but yeah. Sucks. I'll let him port. I guess I just swap Rogue if he triggers that. Or I go Dragon. Oh, that sucks. Switch my stacks to the Rogue. I'll blind off that. You get to clone, never mind. solo sheep. Okay. Quick kidney. Take a club. He's waiting for a bash of his own. I guess I'll kidney the road for cross. Still the lock on fear, go back road. See this, I guess. I have duel in 8. Rook's still alive. Kidney dragon in 1 into a sheep. I'm getting the sheep now though before I even go for it. Actually, I can't kidney for 3. Getting feared now. I guess the nullies. I gouge 1. I disarmed dragon instead of rogue. I might throw the game for that. Stun this. I'll rupture the lock so that it gets to the rogue and gets my Death Stalker stack off. It didn't work because it went to the lock pet instead. We're still 1 finisher away from finishing our stacks. Kidney for CC. You can kill either of them. Lock Dark Pack, so I definitely want to go rogue. I'll vanish this swap to me. Stun rogue off me. Stun rogue. T the big Abyss crit. Could just duel here even though it's not emerald, but cloaks. He just solos the lock. Nice. They just don't pop. I think the longest dungeon queue I've had was like a 6-minuter. Like, if you queue earlier in the day, it's generally like less than 2 minutes as a DPS. Instant if you heal or tank. But yeah, sometimes like later in the day, it's like 6 minutes for a DPS. $32 minutes? No, that's crazy. That's bugged or something then. I wasted my cloak, but that's fine. I get a crit proc from killing the totem with Shadow Strike. The big Abyss crit. One healer for CC, he has sack. Volley. The rupture's out. Get bubble, nice ice wall. Shadow Sky Fury. Finny Pally, bash, never mind. You have the Abyss crit ready. Kidney here. I'll bomb if he dispels me, just so I don't get resheeped. That's not worth. I'll save it. I'll just blind mage for cross. Maybe he'll block it. Big Abyss crit. He blocks the blind. Quick out just to be annoying. And we'll kidney healer. Bomb to maybe get a sap. Couldn't. Get the sheep anyway. Got the grounding for him. Volley. Send the secret tech. Think of this crit with T and everything. Managed to get a kidney for Pally. This crit. It's also Omnibar. I just have to configure it a certain way to show it like that. I have like a little tutorial on how to do that at the top of my add-on channel in Discord. Or like the add-on imports. But you make it its own bar. Like the one that says CDs. And then you gotta go into Omni CC, different add-on. And you're gonna create a theme and name it whatever you want. And then you gotta go create a rule. And then that's gonna like point to the theme you created in the first tab. And then it needs to say the name of the Omnibar, which whether you rename it to kicks, CDs, whatever, it doesn't matter. It needs to be a specific Omnibar number, which if you've renamed them, the only way to kind of find out what it is to hit test and then type /framestack. And then you should be able to mouse over it and you see where it says Omnibar 7 icon. That's how you can kind of figure out what your Omnibar actually is. And then you're going to put that in the patterns. And then from there, you just configure the theme that you made at the start. In which case, I set the offset a little more to the right. And I make all of the fonts white and I lower the fonts of things. But there's like a written out to it, but I have to troubleshoot that shit for too many people, so good luck. Most people somehow find a way to mess it up, but... And then that way you basically configure OmniCC to just that individual Omnibar, if you create multiple different Omnibars. I'm not playing Disarm. That's my phone. Go greedy on my end because I don't have Disarm. Hopefully we can clone off that. Tap that even though it's CR. Wishing I had Disarm more than it. Might actually be dead here. Look at this crit. Have duel in 5 seconds. Pally's just getting railed to sack dot. I guess I just swap him. Not let him cast. I'm just gonna keep faking until he dies. As long as I don't kick, that's the only way he lives. I dueled defensively to not die here because they CC'd my healer. I dueled the cheap shot, that saves me. Now I'm on stun DR forever. Need Pally for CC. Wishing I had Disarm for Rogue, but I guess I'll just settle for gouging his blades and stunning his blades and do a clone on his blades. Saving this last T for when it actually lines up better. He might be dead here because I don't have Disarm. Shoots Rogue, that's good. Going then. I might be dead here if he duels me. Stun Rogue off me. Got my Crimson Vial off. Need Pally. The only reason this is even remotely scary is just because I don't have disarm. Just the rogue off me. H-bow. Gouge rogue off me. PD of this crit. I'm gonna die kind of soon, I think. There's the blades. I'm just gonna pre-kite it. He sees my healer, but I'm nowhere there. He has to go my healer now. I get a re and I just peel rogue. This was like the only window where we could die, so it's good we did it. If he doesn't get the ring, I'll blind. He does though. Got wall there. Shouldn't have wasted his sheep gear there. Gear gouge wasn't that great. Probably should have just tried to kill the rogue, to be honest. I'll kidney off that clone. Actually, I don't have it for 2. Actually, he gets a sheep. Rogue. Try to get behind his evasion, but I can't. Grounding. I have trinket in like 5, but I can actually die here. Heal both. Key the big abyss. Rules me. There's big blades go from them. I have no peels. Cloak aggro. %, dampening. The game's kind of starting soon. He's big of this crit. He sacked the poly. They're at 10% mana. I can blind after the sack is over. No trinket, I'm dead here, I think. My healer's in the blind. Stun enhance off me. Stun H-Pal. Stun rogue. Bops aggro. Free wall there. Have a vanish in 1. Vanish. Can't kick that because I'm stuck in roots. Try to kill the totem with Shadow Strike to get the Abyss crit. Oh, the totem expired for my subterfuge did. Stun rogue on his dance. The most damage here. Abyss crit everything with Teat. No cheat death available. Your mastery is always pretty good. Envy on, I think, does stream, right? He's been pumping really hard. I don't know why these don't work. Because I always see it even though I'm not spec'd it. White tape smoke bomb. Health bar and totems. It's better blizz plates. I don't think enhance is strong. It's one of the worst specs in the game. F tier. It's pretty bad. I mean, he did 40 million healing. Did half as much healing as the healers almost. Well, 40 versus 110. Little, third. A little more than a third, but. Yeah, he did half as much healing as he did damage. He's pretty much the only enhance that plays, and I don't think it's that competitive. You can make it just for totems. Better Blizz Frames has everything from party cast bars to combat indicator with like the little swords and the sap icon, or old school combo points. It's like a million different add-ons and weak auras in one. And I have the import for it on my Discord. It's really good. Good, Trinket fears me, okay. Foil. Kidney, bomb this. One finisher away. Gonna get ultimate penance off. I'll just duel the DH defensively. T the big Abyss crit. Got barrier. So we got the Abyss crit. Now we go back lock again. T the big Abyss. Cheap shot healer off that. It's like top 10 specs, top 4 melee. Pretty good though. Low S. S is also S. I'd say Outlaw's the weakest of the three right now. Except honor grind, not really, no. Level some alts, honor grind the alts, even keep honor grinding your main and then transfer the honor to your alts. Like a small penalty. Like obviously doing Battlegrounds is way more honor. But this is just more fun to have some variety. Maybe I'll grind sockets on my main or something for fun. Even though I probably should just gear my alts instead. And get sockets while I'm playing Arena, because the gems are probably ridiculously overpriced. Yeah, I mean, I played the early access. I have 680s. Your first character takes about 5 to 6 hours, and then alts take about 2 to 4 hours. So yeah, we have 6 characters at max level. We have we did Rogue, Feral, second Rogue, Warrior, Mage, and then Priest. And we're pretty much Bisky already. Oh yeah, I forgot. I was gonna turn like True PGCD on. My bad. I forgot. I had like the detail. Someone was asking me about it. I think I just used like the details, like streamer mode thing. Subrogue is the only hard melee to play in the game, yeah. Every other melee is literally just brain off, fury, DK mode. I guess Feral's hard too. I think there is a lot you can do with survival, but I don't really count survival as a melee, to be honest. It's just a range they melees sometimes. You're just throwing shit the whole time. Found that engage broken? Oh, you can't whisper or what? Oh, Hansel just dipped. Might do some BGs. I'll do some more BGs. Ooh, here, how you doing, man? It doesn't really matter. Human or Orc if you're class envying Subrogue versus Subrogue specifically. Night Elf for the other matchups, slash if you want to play any Asa or Outlaw. But if you're like a sub purist, then yeah. Yeah, if you're going back and forth, you should just play Night Elf for everything. If you're gonna play like Asa also sometimes, or Outlaw. Hansel, thanks for the raid, man. GG's, we're pumping. I gotta set up like some war games on the beta eventually. The only reason I want to like farm honor still though is I want to get the sockets. Only so many I can do. I feel you, man. But you know, it is the gifty pet week, you know? We gotta sell out a bit. I'm already fried from doing an entire month of beta shuffles, man. That was the high gravity training. I played like 1,000 shuffles on the beta. More than that. Like rounds. I mean, I gotta pay the bills, you know? Going live 6 days a week. What else am I gonna do? Beg Majordan and Pugs to queue for like a 3-hour window every couple days? And then just fight Thug Cleave and Jungle 100 games in a row? Like, I want to play Kata. It's really difficult because it's not the end of the season. I think the TBC glad mounts and the Legion glad mounts are cool, but yeah, I generally make about 1,500 a month. There's some months where I do good and I do like 2,500, 3K, and then there's other months where I do terrible and it's like 1,200, 1,500. It's on average, it's like 1,500 a month, 3K or 30K a year. Like 30K this year. Like last year it was like 25K. It's pretty bad. Because we're generally between 150 and 800 subs. We peaked at 1,000 subs one time, really briefly, but there are days where I can stream 10 hours and make like 20, 50 bucks, and then there's other days where I make a couple hundred and it makes it worth it. But I put in like 150 to 200 hours a month. And I think I did the math. Last year, I averaged out at like $9 an hour across the whole year. Pretty bad. But I mean, it's still money to play games. And then the days where you actually make a lot, or you know, you win a tournament and get like a couple thousand are nice. And then I did get like a big Trainwrecks Bitcoin donation a couple years ago, and then I had a big Zaryu donation when I was like almost about to quit, and that kind of helped me because I was like really skirting the line on my cards, and he was just running around Mr. Beast moding a bunch of streamers. Like he gave Egg a bunch, he gave me some, and yeah, I was pretty close to not really being able to keep going, and that kind of gave me a month and a half lifeline to make it to Kata. And then Kata we blew up, and Kata was going really well. But it just seems like nothing seems to last more than a couple months. Like, it's just WoW is not a stable game unless like you're a variety Andy that's playing all the versions of like, okay, I'm hardcore, okay, I'm SOD, okay, I'm PvE, okay, I'm, you know. Like if you're just not like 80% of your WoW experience is just doing some Grayson raiding shit or like filler shit, it's really hard to just make arena work. People really only care about the beginning of the season to ask you questions and the end of the season to see how you did. But like the middle of the season is pretty dead for both retail and classic. Like arena just is not that popping off anymore. I want it to be, you know. I would love to go back in time and have arena be as big as League of Legends was at its peak, you know, and back when WoW was the original OG esport besides Halo, you know. But yeah. So we got XT Send, thank you so much. Gifting more over to Johnny. Putting us at 41 for the day, god damn. Oh, we're not queuing Merc mode. And then we got And Rupones as well. Thank you so much. Keeping me going. Yeah, it's hard to get new people into Arena. Yeah, if I go to my dashboard, I'm allowed to show analytics. If I go to 2024, January. Yeah, we're at 15K for the year so far. And we're almost in a couple days away from a couple months left. So that's kind of not looking great, to be honest, but... Yeah, this is the year so far, right? Thursday and Sunday is... I kind of alternate between Thursday being my 1 day a week off, and then sometimes Sunday is my 1 day a week off, but... Yeah, if I go back to 2023... 2023 says 24, but it was a little more than that. But, yeah. Not a lot of growth in WoW right now. But... What do you do on your day off, though? I just mostly touch grass, spend time with my girlfriend. We live together. Go out somewhere or something. I alternate. Sometimes I do 8 minutes of ads an hour when it's like really, really high, like CPM. Like the later months of the year, and when it's like not killing my viewership. And like I had like good viewership from like a couple raids or like a peak new content wave where like, because your ad deal is based off your last 90 days of viewership. So like when my ad deal is like really high for it, then I'll crank it up to like 8 minutes of ads an hour, but usually I leave it at 3 minutes. Yeah, I buy this ring. Ideally, if you care about like viewership and you don't want to like just scare everyone away, then like you do 3, because that's like the minimum you need, I think, to like properly turn pre-rolls off. Like doing 3, even if you're like rich, doing 3 minutes of ads an hour is better than doing no ads for your viewership, which sounds crazy, but as long as you time your ad breaks right with the snooze and all that. But the way it works is if you run manual ads, then there's no more pre-roll, which is what the ad is called when you first open a stream, and you just insta-waz 0.1, vac, get an ad instantaneously as you open a stream. That's called a pre-roll. And as long as you're doing regular scheduled ad breaks, you don't get those insta ads as you join in. And a lot of times people come in, get the insta ad, and then immediately leave. So it's like really important to turn those off by running ads. Because yeah, pre-rolls are just really bad. So 3 minutes of ads an hour is kind of like the minimum to keep pre-rolls off. And then, but yeah, sometimes I do 8 minutes ads an hour if the deal is really good for it. If it just supplements my subs are tanked anyway and the viewership is good, and I'm like, even if I'm getting 200, 250 viewers and I get like 5 subs for a stream, multiple streams in a row, I just crank up the ads and just let that carry the sub count. And I don't do sub-only VODs because I feel like that hurts growth and discovery a lot too. I don't know why the Euros think that's good. Because there's even an extension for Firefox and Chrome that can just let you watch VODs anyway. I macro everything into blades except for T. So I have like a Swifty macro with blades. And then I have symbols on its own bind, and then I have T and symbols combined. But ideally, the reason for that is sometimes all the cooldowns aren't perfectly in sync. And then when you go to like blades to like use your own use, it'll like accidentally double T. Because T doesn't like share a CD with itself like Dance does. So like you don't really want to like wombo your T into things. I mean, there's times where I have to milk ads too, though. Like, I had it on 8 minutes for a while. And then we got Neo. Gifted one over as well. Like, oh yeah. Do you run Arena 123? Yeah, I have, Blind 123, which I only use, like, when I can't see someone or I'm, like, coming out of duel. And then most things are just focus. I have technically a step cheap 123 only if I'm in stealth, like built into my ping 123. I mean, I have like everything focused for the most part, but this crit. That was bad, man. Kill the healing stream to get another Abyss crit. But I don't really have any dance charges. Still just micro CC the healer as much as I can. Might sap out of this. Got the sap. Kidney. Die here, I think. I don't think we're winning this fight. Gonna dip. Here goes back. Unlucky. Yeah, it's about where it was in season 2, I feel like, but not like the one dance broke in season 2, but like before the one dance shit. It's not quite as good as like beginning of season 3, where like Calvish was just farming the solo shuffle tourney. It's not that good, but yeah. Gouge is longer cooldown, 1 second less duration. Kidney is 10-second longer cooldown. Vanish is only a 1.5 stealth. And then, yeah, you're doing a little more damage. And you have a little more cooldown reduction randomly. A lot of the PV classes still do significantly more damage, and your rotation's definitely a lot clunkier, like trying to like overly pad your stacks. But see the big of this crit. Gotten a lot of subs today. Today's been good. Subarasa on top. They're really close actually. Most people are playing sub, but Laz is doing crazy damage on Asa. I just don't enjoy playing Asa, so I'm gonna play sub whenever it's viable. I'd rather just play other classes than play Asa personally. It's boring to me. I shouldn't use my Abyss crit into wall there, but I guess I farm another one by the time I'm ready to play. Too many DK pets all over my screen, man. I thought Better Blow's plates was hiding the High Warlord and all that. I need to add those. If they're close, most will be playing us. Yeah, true. Very few people can actually pull off stuff. Guy's time is more valuable than mine, so I'm okay with micro CCing the healer forever. I was actually padding and pumping really hard, and I have like biz gear and 100k gold enchants. Lock did double me. I mean, this DK could have done triple me if he did buttons, but pumping. I mean, I still have like 80 keybinds though, Richard. Also, I know that's like from 15 minutes ago, but when I answered it the first time, I have more binds than pretty much anyone else because I have like unnecessary shit too. But yeah, you don't need 1, 2, 3 everything. Like on Kata, maybe. Like step cheap shot 1, 2, 3 is like good for like step vanish opener kind of thing. Like that's more of like a wrath thing of like, oh, my step cheap shot 1, 2, 3 lost to his step garrote vanish, you know. Like in Kata, you don't need to do that as much since you have like OP vanish anyway. I have more binds than most people by a lot. Like really smooth targeted focus 1, 2, 3. EH changes? I did not. Did I get Omega buffed for no reason? Even though they were S tier? Let's see. Hot fixes US August 27th. Arcane got nerfed even though it was better. I saw this change. This definitely puts the Sepsis build above like the flag symbolic build. Like this might be a bigger deal of a bug fix than the PvP modifiers, because PvP modifiers I think we're just catching retail up to the beta. These are just like random quest trinkets that did like 1,000,000 damage. I didn't see any DH changes though. Is this not it? That was just posted a minute ago. Oh, they announced that they fixed this. Cool. Life from Stealth or Shadow Dance was being overwritten. Yeah, they got a 20% sigil buff. Pretty good buff there. 10% nerf here. Buff there. Yeah, that's huge. They're already doing double my damage. That might put DH above Rogue then at that point. For sub Rogue at least. I think Asta Rogue's probably still better than both, but I don't know. I mean, I think DH Boomy would be really good with that, yeah. If Boomy just gets anything, that'll be a good comp. Hard to tell. Because we're starting to get to a point now where we're further away from what the beta was, even though beta was like real games. Because like on like skirmish kind of content is not like true to anything, because it's kind of just unranked slop. But like the beta, we're starting to get enough class changes away from it that it's not as accurate for like actual high level ranked games. 10 people on Sorcerers. I thought you couldn't even do a 10-man pre-made. I guess that means DH needs to be my next alt. I knew they would get overbuffed for no reason. I should go in MVQ's chat when he's streaming and be like, "Do you think it's even though they're not like not even really a stream, be like, do you think it's tone deaf that they're buffing you by like 30%? I guess it's like 10% on like 5 or 6 different things, but." I don't think they do that much though, personally, the changes. I'm just memeing. I do a McDig. Solo H-Priest buffs? Yeah, H-Priest is terrible. I'd say Asa and Sub are like S tier. They're doing good. Big Abyss crit with Heat. Trying this guy on his CDs. Fall off twice. I can cannibalize in OP. I'm gonna do 2 more finishers into this life cocoon. Just to finish my stacks. Swap this guy. See the big Abyss crit. I mean, it depends on like the level of play. Like Asa Rogue's always gonna be easier training wheel spec. I don't enjoy playing Asa, so. But if you're gonna play like double DPS or anything in 2s, which is just a for cap for fun bracket, then definitely Sub. It's like more hit and runny. I would say you learn better mechanics playing Sub for sure. Because you're actually playing a video game, not just doing a Mythic Plus dungeon. But at the highest levels of gameplay where people understand how Sub Rogue does damage and properly cooldown trade and properly peel and kite you and stand 80 yards away and don't overlap trinkets and don't trinket non-blades goes, then it starts to fall off at like tournament level if your teammates aren't like covering your weakness really well. You're just gonna be a support bot that like sets up for your mage or something to carry. But they're both S tier. Asa's just easier to play. But I think Sub has higher potential than Asa right now. Depending on the matchup. Like there are going to be PvE matchups where you're just not going to have fun and you just need to like turn your brain off and AoE as Asa. Like there's different matchups for both of them. Like Sub is good in the mirror. Sub is probably less terrible into jungle, but you wouldn't play Rogue into jungle anyway. From like a tournament perspective. Wrangler of my life. D the Abyss crit. Grab by, get a kick. Vanish, get another kick. Into a kidney. Blast it. Do another Abyss crit in a second. I'm probably dead soon. Just gonna save it. Can do that in a sec. Another kick. Do a kidney. Okay. I don't have kidney for 5 anyway. Kinda losing this BG. We should not have gone for the 3 cap. Guess we just fall back. Do rank on another class? Not really. But yeah, the specs in the exclamation point talents command. Just try to open with strike, get up your stacks, do 3 finishers to get the crit buff, and then swap around. I wonder why. It's almost like they nerfed the cooldown. And you only could fucking do your vanish goes how you want whenever you're doing a vanish. To be fair, I'm not 10 seconds off, I'm always 5 seconds off on the cooldown. Yeah, Rupture is like 30% of your dam in like an actual arena. In a BG it's a little less for whatever reason. Yeah, just running around and tab rupturing everything in between like your micro CC is like the best thing you can do. Groot hasn't been on sub since like Warlords of Draenor. It's been like more than 10 years. I'm not gonna T here because I'm not bladesing or anything. I'd rather save it for like a real go. Go back for the 3 cap even though it's greedy. I'll just keep camping people actually. The big of this crit. I mean, in terms of number of categories of DRs, yeah, but you have so many more stuns and stuff, and more cooldown reduction, so you can get your blind to be shorter than the trinket, even though it is 5-second blind. But that's kind of your win con. You're like last on damage, you get a bunch of like step kicks into like kidney, into like gouge, into, you know, and then eventually you get like a stun blind that they don't have trinket for into a sap, and you just pray your teammates don't just break it. He's got the dodge talent, so I'm trying to hit him. Okay, I made him dodge air, and I hit him. fend off that, but everyone's gonna break it. World first, they didn't break it. Take a Vis crit with T. Reset. Do a kick. Do a kidney. I have to step behind it so he doesn't dodge. I'm gonna die. I got the 3 caps though. Goblin glider away a couple feet. Naruto run away as a panda with rocket boots. Take a Vis crit. Actually, that's the first time we were close to topping damage. To be fair, we had 0 deaths because our druid was pumping, and we were just team fighting the entire battleground with no deaths. Usually, I'm not even in like the top 10 against randos with biz gear versus people with no gear. Yeah, we were pumping there. Holy shit. Well, it's because we have 2 druids. That's why. That makes more sense. It's still an engineering belt enchant. You need a level Wrath engineering for it, not like retail engineering, and it should show up as nitro boost still. But it goes on the belt now instead of the boots. You just need these Tinker kits, which you can buy with Jeeves or at like any NG trainer. I don't have a biz command for retail. Just go for verse mastery gear and get your honor gear. That's really all I gotta do. You can maybe buy like some crafted gear if you want to be super sweaty for like 10 to 40k a piece, but just to be like, oh, I want verse mastery shoulders even though it's worse item level, or oh, I want, you know, a second verse mastery ring, or oh, I want verse mastery boots, but you don't need to do that. But you know, does marksman counter rogue? It's pretty good into it, yeah. I don't know if I would say counter, but you're just dancing more often and vanishing more often, and sepsis also kind of lets you do stuff, and then on top of that you're kidneying more often because of the cooldown reduction on vanish. So you're vanishing more often, which is more stuns in itself, and then the cooldown reduction from vanish, and then just the idea of having 2 shadow dances too. Because you're basically perma-dancing if you're doing enough finishers. I'm having fun. I was enjoying playing high-level war games and truffles on the beta. Foil. I got the air hoshed before I could vanish. With blades, it does like 600, 800k with full gear. So it does more than a Shadow Strike. 480 here versus the highest Shadow Strike being 260 here. And it's an extra stack of Danse Macabre. And sometimes it just lets your Shadow Strike teleport while you're dancing. So it's kind of buggy on whether it lets you do that or not. Yeah, it's just more damage than a Shadow Strike. You don't really have to overthink it. The reason why you pick, it's not like you don't plan the build around it. It's just Perforated Veins is clunky and terrible, and Inevitability is useless in PvP. So it's like, it's the only option. It's just an empowered Shadow Strike, basically. Sometimes you can do something cool with it. How much is 900 subs? What do you mean? Like for me, with Amazon's cut? I think they raised the sub cost to like $6, but I don't know if I still have my 70-30 split because I tanked from like 700 subs to 200. Right now we're back at 279. I don't know if the 70-30 split thing for being above 300 subs, if it's like a constant or if it's just kind of, there's a grace period tank out of it. I'm not sure how that works, but either I get a 50-50 split or a 70-30 split, depending on that. Yeah, sometimes you can just Shadow Strike teleport multiple times with the Sepsis buff mid-dance. And then also, it doesn't work with pre-mid properly. Or blades. It works with blades, kind of, but not fully. And it doesn't work at all with pre-mid. Poor guy got knocked off. Really shouldn't be fighting on the road, but Getting this dub though. This crit with T. 880, not bad. Wait, Darkest Night doesn't reset your stacks anymore. Wait, when they fixed the your stacks reset for no reason bug, they just gave us a sleeper nice quality of life. I need to double check that my eyes saw that correctly. So I have the buff. I'm gonna die before I can test this. Feels bad. I'll test another target coming after. Actually, I'm still alive. Okay, so I still have the buff. Let's get down to 1 stack remaining. Oh, I still died. Normally, when you consume Darkest Night, no matter how many stacks of Deathstalker you have, consuming Darkest Night resets your stacks. So you'd basically be like, oh, I'm using my Darkest Night of this, but then they go back to 3 stacks from 1 or 2 stacks. But now I think it's not resetting itself, so you could do double Darkest Night back to back. So you can get Darkest Night, swap someone else, do 2 finishers that aren't Evis. Like you can do a Secret Tech or a Re-Rupture or like even a Black Powder randomly. And then you could do Darkest Night back to back. Because it could be like Empowered Evis and do Empowered Evis. I think. Unless I just imagined it. But I think they ninja did that when they fixed something today. Because there was a bug where if you had Darkest Night, and then you were going through your stacks, you would randomly reset your stacks because the game would forget that Darkest Night applying it counted as like it already not being up or whatever. So let's get the buff, and then let's not do an Empowered Eviscerate. If I don't just die here. Just want to test this out, man. I should have just tried to kill him with Duel instead of testing it out. But that might give you a lot more burst if that's possible. Yeah, so with Lingering, it does work. The buff says 0, but the way you can test that it works is mouse over your Gormaz, and this should go up by like 100k when you have Lingering up. And then it's confirmed that it's doing something, because it interacts the other tooltips. Testing other finishers just to see. Alright, can I do double Darkest Night back to back? Bro, he bops it. I've been trying to test this for like multiple minutes. Alright, 6 finishers away from testing it again. Why does he bop there, man? Just want to see if there's new tech from a bug fix that kind of unbugged multiple bugs on accident. Okay, after this guy dies, I get the crit buff, and then I just gotta do 3 finishers on this guy, and I can test it. But he's gonna die before I can do that. Right, 2 stacks, 1 stack. Get it off eventually. I swear. And we're just gonna send it on 2. So yeah, we have Darkest Night. Oh wait, no, that didn't work right. Because he just died and then reset it. Everyone's dying too fast. We're winning too hard. First world problems. I just get like 5 seconds of pad on one guy. Do a shitty black powder because I want to test this. Okay, that time... that didn't work. That was weird. It didn't reset my stacks, but I don't think it gave me a second Darkest Night. It was just that the stacks reapplied and then him dying gave me the second Darkest Night, but... I gotta test this on the target dummy, I guess. Either way, it's really, really unrealistic you'll ever pull that off in an arena. It's just good to know that you don't get punished for seeing that opportunity, like, really, really rarely now. Where you basically would go for double Darkest Night back to back with it if it doesn't reset your stacks. I guess that worked right there. That's sick. That's good to know. That changes some of the skill cap stuff, I guess, that I was working on. $700k. After you do 3 finishers, you get a buff that makes your next Abyss crit and do more damage. So you're tracking your stacks. Now we're at 2 stacks. Slice and Dice and Kidney don't count. So we're gonna do an Abyss. Now he's 1 stack away from me getting an Empowered Eviscerate. So we'll do a Kidney, we'll do a Shadow Strike, then the Secret Tech. Now we have the Empowered Abyss buff, and we do the big Abyss with this ulti. But what I was saying is, back when you used to use the big Abyss buff, it would reset your stacks no matter what. And now that they were fixing a different bug, they made it to where it doesn't reset your stacks. So if you like purposely don't Abyss and do other finishers like Re-Rupture and like Secret Tech or like Black Powder or something, you can get in a scenario where you can do double proc back to back. So it can be like, fake open this guy, get your procs down. But like, I have the buff, right? But if I just don't Abyss, it's awkward because I can't fan and knives these target dummies. They don't count as players. Yeah, let's get the stacks going. Yeah, see, like right here, I could do Darkest Night Abyss. Wait, that time it didn't work. So you don't want to do it back to back. You want to do it on 2 stacks. That's weird. So yeah, the last stack, you don't get a second buff. Latest patch, yeah. Yeah, if I just do other finishers, right? And I have Darkest Night, and I do an Abyss, I don't get double Darkest Night. And it also doesn't reset my stacks. But if I do... get the buff. And then I do it on 2. It doesn't reset anymore. And then I can get a second stack right away like this. And now I have the buff kind of twice in a row. You just can't make it be your last finisher to double Darkest Night. That's still like a huge like sleeper, little nice quality of life thing. Because before you would always go back to 3 stacks when you use a proc no matter what. So this kind of skips an extra finisher that you have to do. Which is kind of nice. I don't think it's that game changing. I thought it would have been cool if you could do Darkest Night back to back. Of like restun Darkest Night, restun Darkest Night. But it doesn't work that way. But it's still good to know if I have Darkest Night and I use it on like a 2 stack, I don't get screwed over and go back to 3. It's nice. Yeah, if you do your Darkest Night on like 2 stacks or whatever, you go down to 1 stack instead of resetting back to 3. So it actually saves you 2 finishers. Which is kind of nice. Trickster, there's like some Curie and cheese build with it, but it's not that good. Because this breaks CC, and it has way more energy problems. And it's kind of clunky to make this be like your 4th stack, unless you're doing like 2-in-1s where you go 1 guy with secret and then get 3 stacks and then AFK 20 seconds to get your last stack. And I don't think going cold blood for the coup de grace is worth it. I think 7 calm points is still better. But yeah, and I think flag is just too clunky. But there are like some trickster builds you can do, but I think Deathstalker is just better rupture pad and more mobile. Because you have like all the extra shadow step cooldown reduction, and it just has like more combo point generation. The only nice thing about Trickster is unseen blade stacks or whatever are more flexible. There are times with Deathstalker where you have like 1 stack remaining on a guy, but he's kiting you infinitely, and it sucks to like swap and start your stacks over. Unseen blade, the stacks are on you, not on the enemy, but it's not worth the breaking CC. Oh, the Ardred left, so. I thought we were going to be re-queued. I thought we were just waiting on another person to come back from being AFK, but let's just do some more scrims, I guess. It's good to know what testing that out, though. Did you answer my last question? Sure, I didn't see it. Is rogue cool in PvP? I mean, cool is subjective, right? That's like me asking me what your favorite color is. I enjoy it. I like playing around CC and running around and stunning people and stuff. Even if it's kind of more support, but... You can play Asa if you want to run around and bleed everything, but I think in general, most of the other PV classes are like better suited for that. Even if you can do crazy damage on Asa, like Feral Druid's probably just more fun. I think Deathstalker is much higher quality of life. You can swap around and do like more pad. Nah, I like Double Dagger because it's just more energy regen and more passive combo points from this. If you want like a Verse Mastery offhand, you just get 2100 and you start getting like the crest things, kind of like Dragonflight. And you should be able to just get a crafted dagger that's like 3 item level worse. If you get enough of the currency from just queuing arena at above 2100 later in the season. So usually offhand damage doesn't matter that much anyway, but... That nullifying off once, twice, thrice. This, and the secret. Defensively duel. I have an Avis crit, but I have to wait 5 more seconds on stun DR. So here I can do double Darkest Night now, kinda. The new tech. Because of the bug fix. Do another Darkest Night. And down he goes. Nice little 1v2 right there. That's so nice that I can kind of do Darkest Night like almost back to back, but not really back to back. Because if you do it as the final stack, you don't get the buff. But if you do it at like 2 stacks, you get the buff and get it to go down to 1 without resetting it. And then you're 1 finisher away instead of 2 finishers away. Kind of sick. One v two them. I mean, my guy died only doing 1 million damage. Yeah. But it's unranked, so it's kind of a big gap, and I have like Bisc gear. I mean, the thing is, like, Trickster breaks CC, so it's not effective burst if they just get out and always have defensives, because you break your own CC. Also, if you just leave a gap in your stuns and let them use defensives, because coup de grace literally CCs yourself in order to do that higher burst, it's just trash. You break CC and you CC yourself. And you're more forced into always having to press secret to do anything, which is also just more risk of AoE breaking CC there too. Because you can't like kind of time your secret at the end of the go and like line it up and stuff. Because you need secret to like generate more stacks. So in general, it's just clunkier. It's just there to press a 1 mil Kyrian, but lose half of your Avis damage throughout the game and lose half of your Rupture Pad throughout the game. And just be energy starved. So it's just terrible. Unless you're just houtening it up with a big Kyrian. this crit. I fucked up there on the end on the rogue because I should have done an Abyss instead of the secret tech. Because then I could have had 2 Darkest Nights. Because my Abyss was my Darkest Night Abyss was the last Abyss of the stacks. So it didn't get to like reset how I wanted. Seeming the best for sub. Human and Orc are good if you want to just class envy sub versus sub. But Night Elf sub is probably better into the other matchups with like dragons and stuff. And into like locks and like extra gap closer for mage and stuff like that. And I'd say Night Elf is infinitely better in mandatory if you're going to play any S or outlaw at all. So, when in doubt, just pick either 1 Night Elf, 1 human and have 2 rogues, or just play Night Elf if you're going to go back and forth. And meld is more fun. It's just I'm bored of playing Night Elf all the time. Having more buttons is generally just more fun though. Immunicoil, Stormbolt feel cool. Yeah, human and orc are fine. These go for 15k each. Okay. Honestly, I think I'm not gonna buy them. I was tempted, but not doing it. Price will go down. First enchants? No, I'm not doing the new enchants. They're too expensive right now. The only expensive enchants that I bought were the weapons, which were like 90k each, but not needed either. I copium to myself that I'm like, I'm only buying the main hand week 1, so like having an expensive enchant on the offhand is fine. And then I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm just buying 2 of them. So I was getting triggered that Sophic and it were proccing different. I think if you have the buff, it doesn't get removed, but you can't apply the buff if you don't have it. I think later in an expansion, I would be more okay with non-cursed, but like early in the expansion when your mastery is so low, it's fine to take cursed. But yeah, you're basically trading, I think it's like 75 for like 110, I think, right? So like you're losing like 40 stats, 80 stats on both of them. But it's so small, it doesn't really matter. Take a Vis crit. But right now, it's not like you're hitting like 30% mastery penalty. And you're already like guaranteed to crit on Darkest Night for the most part. But, you know, there's 2 schools of thought. Well, 3. 80 secondary stat is like a 0.1, you know, 0.5% difference. It really doesn't matter. That's the logical take. But if you're just like a nerd and you're just like, I'm gonna solve the math on this, even though it's not gonna decide why I win or lose at all. The two schools of thought would be, you're really undergeared and low budget on secondary stats, so wasting 80 is kind of more impactful to not be cursed in Season 1. And just in general to not take cursed, because you're just losing 80 secondary stats, even though it's almost no difference at all. And then late in the expansion, when like kind of like Dragonflight Season 4, where you're just like 30% mastery DR and 30% Versa DR, and you're still like ignoring crit and haste because they're terrible. And in those kind of situations, it's like you probably still drop the cursed because you're already hitting the mastery cap easily. So you might as well just be more flexible with your stats elsewhere. And just have a little more crit going on with your tier set. Because crit usually isn't terrible. It's kind of just haste that's bad. You never want crit over like your mastery or Versa. Like you usually get enough crit that you want just from like wearing your tier set. If you go 4-piece. And then some seasons you only wear 2-piece. But generally from like 4-set and like your on-use trinket and like this talent, you had like all the crit you need. But yeah, with Darkest Night, or even as like a trickster build with Rotten, like you're generally always kind of critting. The main thing that I think crit does get some value on, which I probably would do the non-cursed enchant, is just you want your secret tech to crit for it to like kind of do okay damage. Because it rolls 3 hits. So having like a little higher crit is like good for that. Like on average you might get like a 2 out of 3 crit, or you know 1 out of 3 crit more than getting 0. But like literally it's like less than a 1% crit difference for like 1% mastery difference. It literally doesn't matter. It's just weird that they even made the cursed enchants. I think they thought it was like some kind of flavor, but they're just kind of noob trappy. But like at the same time they're still good on like that. It doesn't really matter. Because yeah, it's you only lose about 80 stats across both of them, I think. Because yeah, you lose 115 to gain 75. Because the base non-cursed mastery is 315. So you're only wasting 30 secondary, actually. On each, so 60. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Ideally, if you're just pushing as high mastery as you can, I would just do Curse too. If you're gonna go like NG goggles, NG bracers and shit. But I don't know if the beta was just buggy in general, but I was like really actually starting to like more Versa than I was mastery. Like when I was playing like 87% mastery on the beta, I didn't feel like I was hitting that much harder at all than when I was playing like 65 mastery. Like there was no 20% more Abyss damage. Because like the trade-off was like 5% Versa for like 20% mastery. And I was like, that should be significantly higher Abyss and Secret Tech damage. And it just kind of wasn't. The Abyss was like the same. I just don't know if it was like scaling well. Because like I was kind of annoyed that I had like all of the crazy crafted gear on the beta being really sweaty. And like Calvish and like Waz and everyone was like no craft gear, just complete YOLO, set up my character in like 5 minutes and not do professions on the beta, you know? With like 1 or 2 craft pieces instead of like 10. And they were missing like 20% mastery and hitting the same. And I'm like, you know what? I'll just try no engineering, you know, more Versa. And I was pumping about the same. So like I don't know if like mastery just scales a little different this expansion or something, or if something was just bugged on the beta, but I'll just have to make like both my rogues go something different and then just duel myself and see what actually averages higher. Because it's too hard to tell the averages in like arena against other players because there's just so many millions of defensive modifiers and stuff. And just, you know, levels of Versa and stuff, damage reduction as well, on how greedy people are playing. How much did you spend for the ring enchant? Did you buy it on Tichondrius also? 78k, yeah, that's brutal. I'm not buying them, they're gonna go down in price. The new gems in. Let me see. Oh, you can buy the these gems now already. That's cool. $40k for a gem right now. It's crazy. Maybe I don't farm sockets. Maybe I just farm one socket. So I can get the damage reduction bullshit. I mean, the prices are gonna fall off a cliff soon, but season doesn't even start for another 2.5 weeks. That is a gigantic loaf. Didn't even show up trying on the chat and on the side there. Oh, I just realized the Troopy GCD thing I added, the streamer mode details thing. I didn't realize the Twitch chat was covering it. I'm sorry. I don't know where else I could put it though. It's not like annoying. Could try to do this, I guess. That might still be annoying though. That might clip with Omnibar now. Yeah, it does. Above subs left of your party? I think I'd still get annoyed at that. I could just try to make it smaller, I guess. Knock a player out of details. Knock details down a little bit. Do that. I like seeing 4 people on details. And I guess I could put it top left. I think that's still clutter though. Bottom left under the music. Like, that's probably good. That's a good call. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, don't look there. That's fine. We're waiting on like one more person to join the group, and then they're queuing. I think. So yeah, I think we're queuing now. Oh, I need to go get the horde buff. Otherwise, the queue will never end. I think you did. Hope you had a good stream, man. Yeah, we were pumping in those RMD games. That was fun. Yeah, if you go to Orbos or Veldraken, this is where you get the buff to queue Battlegrounds as Horde. Because if you play Alliance, you're gonna get like... There's way more Alliance players than Horde, you're gonna get like 10-minute queues. But if you queue on Horde, you get like instant to like 2-minute. Oops, I just chugged like 5 billion flasks on accident. Trying to press step. Oops. Yeah, it's fine. It was like 5 flasks. It's like 2k gold. You could do text-to-speech and stuff with them too, you know? That is a giant heart, though. Wish there was a way to make the streamer mode thing, though, like, not show out of combat. Maybe there is. I guess if I did Trophy GCD, I'd be able to do that. Instead of the streamer mode thing. I have it installed, I turned it off because it didn't used to be updated. How you doing, Bean? Yeah, I don't have an Asa build because people that play Asa aren't rogues to me. So I only have Deathstalker sub and Trickster sub, but I still gotta add all my other alts in there with Feral and Mage and Warrior and Priest, but we don't play Asa around here. It's too boring. Says purchases emoji. Wait, what? I'm not sure. I think they changed what it shows you what you unlock with bits. It shouldn't do that though. $3 What do you mean? That's really over in depth. Subrog is too situational for that. Just teach people the basics of the rotations, and that's about all you need. And you just, you know, individual, like, different types of setups with, like, pre and cross and good blind windows, and that's, like, kind of it. Swap the resto when that breaks. Need to make a disc crit. I mean, I've never actually tipped anyone with bits, but I've seen plenty of people use bits, and it worked fine. I haven't really edited anything with bits. I think it's just that they did a new feature I saw like them tweeting about with like doing a better job showcasing like what rewards people get from a hype train, like temporary emotes and stuff. Like, I'm thinking that just shows you what you get with the bits. Because it should just work. Better. Are you not queuing as Alliance Tuck? Or Sword? That work? See if this works. That looks really weird on my end. Alert for it didn't go off. Maybe? I mean, if you want quicker queues, it's good to queue a sword, yeah. Just go to Orbos and talk to the NPC. Locked it so hard. Ah, dude. Nah, I'm just at a pre-made, so. Yeah, I think that's the Charhound. Summon Charhound that does that. Yeah, I don't see the... Oh wait, I kind of do. It's just really weird. Like my Twitch dashboard is like not showing it that well. It's... Like I see like a weird border around the let's see if this works. But yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I gotta look into that after stream, I guess, and see why that's not working right. I've never had people have issues with bits before. I like open my own stream and see. Like, I actually have never done bits for someone, but I've gotten bits a lot of times, and normally it's fine. Been 250 so far? Okay. Yeah, I gotta fix that then. So maybe my alerts aren't properly tracking it anymore with what they changed. Because normally I get an alert for bits too. I think I need to open a different stream that's not my own to test it. Yeah, because there's like the power-ups, they added that, and then there's like the rewards. So it's like kind of similar to channel points things. Yeah, that should be working. It should be going through. I just don't know why... my alerts didn't see it. Go back into... my stream elements dashboard. Wait, does it show up in my activity thing too? Let me see that. It didn't show up there either. Let me do like a test. I do like a fake bits to myself and see if the alert goes through. Cheer event 1K. Let's see if this works. I don't know why I double did it, but okay. So that worked. Maybe it's like set to a certain amount, and I have it set too high. I think the minimum amount of bits that show up is 100. Right now, that's how I have it set up. I can lower that though. Yeah, that worked. Okay, that makes more sense. How'd you separate the eyeball? Bartender lets you move it around. The only reason why I moved it, I like it on the mini map, but the only reason why I move it is because in Better Blizz frames, I have a setting that hides the mini map in Arena, and I think that's just nice. Normally I would hide the eyeball in Arena too, but then I need to like right click it sometimes to leave if it doesn't let me AFK out. Yeah, that's weird. I know the power-ups thing is like new. I didn't even set that up. Like Twitch themselves like automated that with like setting it up and letting you customize how you want to do it, and I haven't really got around to playing with that yet. But I figured my alerts would still see that, so I don't know. I just don't interact with bits that often. Shield next to the mob on frames. What do you mean shield next to the mob? You mean like the prestige icons and shit for PvP? I mean, I had the import to all my settings on the Discord for Better Blizz, but it might be the prestige badge. I think it's still tipping. I would be really dumb if it wasn't. That's like the whole point. Alright, at least I got to the bottom of that. I thought bits in general were just broken, but I'll have to look around in that later. It's also just weird because the thing I use for my Twitch chat to like merge Twitch and YouTube chat, it didn't like showcase the giant emote that well, so I had to like alt tab to my Twitch dashboard to see the other Twitch chat there. Because like the merged like streamer bot Twitch chat where I can kind of do this and then kind of sort by Twitch or YouTube specifically kind of thing is nice. Pretty good, Dill. How you doing, man? I'll get a huge absorb shield. Oh, okay, I got what you're saying. Yeah, that should be an advanced absorb indicator. You could turn it off on player target, or you can kind of adjust the size or move it. I think it's really useful though, because then you could just see how much millions of shield like a mage barrier has, or dark pact, to like know if you can go through it or not. Or if you're on your mage, you know, like how late till you need to like refresh your shield kind of thing. Yeah, you can make it smaller, move it, hide it, turn it off. Like you can do whatever you want. It's this stuff. Because you're saying this, right? On the target. I have no idea what you're saying then. Yeah, you can send a screenshot, I guess. Just whisper it to me though. Did you whisper me the screenshot yet? See the Discord. So I don't know if that's better Bliss frames, because mine doesn't do that. I don't think that's a setting. But that looks like something more with plates and not frames. That would be in Better Bliss plates. Use Bodify in here. Because yeah, I don't know about this. But yeah, this would be in plates if it is, but I don't think I've ever seen that setting on for anyone. Thinking it could maybe be like this. Like one of these maybe. I'll ask the guy that made it eventually, but we'll see. Pretty much just honor grind, yeah. Low S, top 4 melee, top 10 overall. It's pretty good. It's not as good as like DK or Ellie or Fury or Frost or, you know, a few things. Or Feral. Oh, no. Oh, someone's got a golden kappa, man. Holy shit. Is that from like a Peekaboo Zaryu subtrain or what? How'd you proc that? We're doing Abyss. One stack away from big Abyss. So we're gonna send the secret. We're gonna re-tee the big crit. Kick him when he casts in a second. Get your faked. Vanish kick him again. Never mind. Do you think DKs need nerfs? Yeah. They're the second best melee. They're only thing close to Fury. Crit. I'm Deathstalker. I see a healer, I go train a healer. Yeah, pretty much everyone's playing Deathstalker, like Calvish and everything. It's just more quality of life, because Trickster, you break CC, and you CC yourself and gap your stuns because of it. It's just too clunky. So I can kick him again. Go kidney. Go to this crit. Okay, I just get peeled. I'm just gonna figure this. Didn't need nerfs. I think they need to focus more on buffing things that are weak than nerfing everything. If you nerf everything, the game's unfun and the game is too slow paced and damp and PV, and you don't get rewarded enough for outplaying people. I think the only things that like need nerfs are like Frost Mage and Fury Warrior and Unholy DK. I think Windwalker needs some buffs. I think Ret could maybe get a slight buff. They're already buffing Demon Hunter. I don't think they should buff Boomy. It'll just be God mode if it gets even the smallest little buff. Like DH Boomy will just come back in full force. Like the way you actually like do anything to Boomy is like you need to just rebalance CC again. Like Cyclone is just way too overpowered compared to all the other CCs. It's like the only good CC in the game. Ice Fury needs to be nerfed because it literally does double everyone's damage and it's immortal. Quality of life is just through the roof on it. It's literally the best melee by a mile. It's like 2 expansions ahead. The only melee that's close to Fury is Unholy DK. I think Outlaw needs buffs. I think Acid and Sub are fine though. There isn't one in the new city. You have to go to Valdrakken or Orbos. I don't really know where the Valdrakken one is, so I just go to Orbos. So I use the engineering teleport to get here, and then I just go straight over here. There should be one though in Drognall, but I don't think there is. Obviously, Fire Mage needs buffs. Demo can stay rotting in a fire. Nobody likes Demo. So yeah, I would say buff Windwalker, Survival, H-Pal, Mistweaver. What else? I guess maybe Enhance. Even though they're really gaslighting, their healing is kind of crazy, but... about it. I can't really think of anything else that like needs buffs. Like, yeah, fire is pretty terrible. Demo deserves to be terrible. BM Hunter deserves to be terrible. I know I'm biased on that one, but no one needs 5 billion pet specs on the game. Speaking of which, fade NPC, hide nameplate. Abomination, and then Swen. Or maybe I should hide them. Maybe I should just make them fade. What's the new Four Horsemen? What are they all named? I'll make a DK and test all their names later. Need less shit all over my screen. Yeah, DK is literally like 8 pets. It's literally a BM Hunter zoo. Is that it? Okay. Fade NPC. White main, I think, not white man, but I think the Nazgrim one has more to it. I don't think those are accurate. They have to be case sensitive. Yeah, I don't think it's white man. I don't think that's it. Is it just Nazgrim? Nothing else? It's not like Supreme Bullshitter, Long Name the Fourth, the Breaker of Chains, Orc on a Horse, Soap on a Rope, Nazgrim. Take a Vis crit. Send it into the wall. Need a big Abyss on Mage. I think survival needs a buff. Yeah, survival is like B tier. Survival and Destro are like B tier, and then Fire Mage, Enhance, and Demo are like C, and then almost everything else in the game is A or S, and most of the A's are like very close to being S. It's just the outliers. The only things that are like deserving of a nerf are like Fury, Unholy DK, and Fury. Or I said Fury twice. Fury and Frost. Mage, not Frost. Frost DK is pretty terrible, but. Yeah, the team-wide anti-magic shell is disgusting. And their damage is just way too high. And they're just a ranged wizard. Didn't get my disc crit off there, but... Not sure how I can't get stacks on this guy. Took like 3 Shadow Strikes to start getting stacks. I was pumping there, but you know, even the random red on the enemy team outdamaged me while dying the whole game. And that's me being like actual bist out gear, even with like OP crafted gear and like enchants. 0 deaths. My enchant was second on that last little guy. I bursted holy hell. Not normally though, because I set it to like 4. Use the authority of radiant power on both. It's like 90k per weapon right now though, so I wouldn't recommend it unless you're loaded. No, I'm using Better Blizz frames, which is my party cast bars, combat indicator, dark mode, hiding all the stupid prestige icons, old school combo points, having certain buffs and debuffs be larger and filtered to the top. It's like 80% of my UI. One of my mods made it, and I have the import to my settings for it on the Discord for Better Blizz frames and for Better Blizz plates, which is like all the nameplate plater related looking stuff. But yeah, this trims down on so many weak auras that I would need otherwise. So it's nice. DR tracking, diminish. But you gotta get the one on Curse Forge that says, fixed by Jasa or whatever. That's all you need. Here comes Celestial. It's a toy. This one. Forget what it's from. Something in Legion, I think. Or Shadow. I think it was Legion, yeah. I actually don't know what to do with this. Guessing this is like the actual flag, or yeah, it is. Okay. We actually ran the flag in this BG before. Couch the hunt. Actually, don't. I think it's. I take it there, maybe. Looks right. So I just like slam dunk it, or. We almost recapped them at the start. I don't know how they recovered that. This isn't Frankie flop, this is a different flop. Flop City isn't. You can play Asa or Sub or Outlaw. Like all three of them work. Outlaw's like A, and then Asa is the easier wheelchair spec, and then Sub has maybe the most potential, but like also has the most counterplay. So if you're fighting like the highest of highest dampener tournament level stuff, you're probably gonna just have to play Asa. But I don't really like the new Glad mount. I don't know if it shows up, but it's not bad. Yeah, it doesn't show up right now. You would just go into miscellaneous and uncheck it. Yeah, it's kind of like the Shadowlands Venthyr Gargoyles is what the Glad mount kind of looks like. It's kind of recolory. Dude, we've gotten the same BG like 4 times in a row. I get that it's a new Battleground, but like it has like 100% pick rate. Alright, Windwalker, they're like A tier. They're not the best, they're not the worst. Like, Enhance is like the only bad melee. Air quote. The best melee are like Fury Warrior, Unholy DK, and then Feral. Yeah, this is the new BG. So basically it is Deepwind Gorge mixed with Silver Shard. So you have like 2 carts that go up and down. And then there's also a flag in the middle that you can run back to your base. And you also can like click on the carts up top to like go across the map. Like you can cart from like here all the way over here or whatever. But yeah, you're generally on the tracks just fighting for the 2 carts that are walking back to the bases. While occasionally going for the flag. So it's kind of like an Eye of the Storm, Deepwind Gorge. Kind of hybrid. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about, the Deepwind Gorge or whatever. See the big of this crit? I think I'm gonna go Orc on my road tonight after stream. I want to see how much damage I can get. I think the DH buffs are maybe not in tonight. Maybe they are. I think they're in because the rogue bug fix is in. Because it is 5k attack power. And I feel like my secondaries are so small that 2% more secondaries actually isn't that much. I feel like Orc is more damage. It just might affect my ability to do BG premates because almost everyone is on it. But then I would also get enlistment bonus, I think, without, because if you do mercenary mode or whatever, you don't actually get enlistment bonus. Or you're supposed to get way extra honor just for being Horde. Honestly, it might be worth it. Might be the play. Cool, just to not die. For the sake of this crit. T. Legated spell. Blind as trinket. I didn't really need to turn around for it, but it looks cool. Peace. Stitch it from the bubble. Best casters? Best ranged are Frost Mage, then Ellie, then Marksman. Then Shadow Priest and Affliction, I think. I don't know what one's better though. Boomy's kind of like A tier, but like it's really close to just becoming S tier if they give it anything. Because Cyclone is just like the only good CC still, like Dragonflight. I miss Strand. I've never heard anyone say those words before. That's like saying you miss Isle of Conquest. I hate vehicles so much. I mean, that's like people that like think they're like skilled from vanilla. They're like, I was high warlord because I AFK'd Altork Valley with my brother for 5 months straight. I sure hit those mobs. I'm really good at PvP. Pumping, kind of. Felt like I was. The old school Ring of Valor. Yeah. I guess it was both Ring of Valors. This might be my LG. Might be last call. We'll do one more though. We're not heading out this second. Go smoke bomb. Oh, it's working now. Okay. They fixed their weak point. Vanish so I can pick the priest again. Give this crit with T. You go to Orbos or Veldraken, like by the PP vendors in the corner. It's like S tier. It's not the most damage. It's like top 10 overall, top 4 melee. I wouldn't put it above Fury or Unholy DK or Feral. And I would say Ellie Shaman and Mage and Hunter are probably better than it too. Then obviously there's a gigantic gap in the healers after Dragon. Big penance in a sec, I'm watching for it. Yeah, it's really good. It's like low S to mid S. Not like Public Enemy 1 like some people like to ask, but it is like a noob stomper spec. Like high rated shuffle lobbies, there is counterplay to it. But obviously like Waz and Raikou are going to do insane as RMP, obviously, because they're going to do insane as anything. What's up, Bean? Ideal sub burst rotation? Yeah, so I got you. I'm going to go really fast because I know you got this. You know, we're going to just one take it, peekaboo, you know, Nightblade to the side, selfie camera, nothing they could do. So you're going to want to do is Shadow Strike, Kidney, Shadow Strike, Dance, Rupture, Sepsis, Evis, Re-Cheap Shot, Secret, Re-Cheap Shot, Evis, you know? And then without blades, you know, just try to dance with like half combo points for first dance into like double pre-med. You know? Or you can just run around with Rupture on everything and just stun things. And occasionally step kick and gouge into Kidney on the healer. And just try to do like stun on the blind. Cause yeah, you're like, Shadow Strikes to get you full points for Kidney. And then you Shadow Strike again, and then you're at 3. Then you dance, you're back at full. Then you Rupture. Then you can, if you're bladesing, you can Sepsis. Because pre-med doesn't work with Sepsis. It's bugged. But if you're not bladesing, you would have to double Shadow Strike, basically. To use your pre-med again. You should get the double Radiant Power one, yeah. Yeah. I should actually go Horde. This honor buff would go crazy. So yeah, like Shadow Strike, right? Kidney, Shadow Strike, Dance, Sepsis, Abyss, Restun, Secret, Restun, Finality Abyss with the guaranteed crit. You could Rupture before you build the Kidney too if you want to like extra pad, but it's kind of too risky. The reason you don't open with stun is because then you don't start your marks. Yeah, I think I'll do it on the target dummy like really slick, and then I'll call it a night, I think. Does Imorph still work? I don't think so. Like a normal opener would look like Shadow Strike, Kidney, Shadow Strike, Dance, Rupture, Shadow Strike, Secret. Well, normally you would Evis and then Secret. Because you want the last stack to be Secret. It's just weird if you're going without blades. Yeah, you should make a weak aura for the proc. Because you don't want to like send the guaranteed Evis crit with more damage into like defensives or something. Because you can just like get the proc and then swap someone else. You have like 30 seconds to use it. Also really nice now too is when they fixed the bug where your stacks would reset randomly all the time. Now you can kind of double proc back to back because now when you use the buff, it doesn't actually reset your stacks. But if you do it with the buff as the last stack, it doesn't give you double back to back. So you would want to like have it be where you're using your Darkest Night with 2 stacks, and then you go down to 1 stack, and then you're ready to get another Darkest Night right away. Let me see, Tuck. I don't really have big debuffs to the right enemy nameplate like you do. Do you have the add-on big debuffs? Because I stopped using Omni Auras again. Deathstalker is better, yeah. Yeah, if you're still here being, like, with blades, like a more proper one should just be kind of like this. Except for I had finality fucked up. So I should have finality for this, but I had already sorted it out of order. Yeah, that's tied to just big debuffs, the add-on. That's what makes the portraits get replaced with CC too. Like this. Yeah, you should be able to just go into big debuffs and nameplates. Yeah, what are you looking for, Reps? Like the opener? I could try later, yeah. It's just there's a few different variations of it. It's kind of gonna cover all that when I do the Yeah, we got some crazy gifties today. We're at 43 for the day. I don't know where you see 66, but yeah, we're full of gear. We almost got another whole honor cap to send to a different character or buy sockets. And we might go Horde just to get more honor. And I think Orc's better than Human anyway. It just sucks to be an ugly Orc, but I think we go Orc just to get 50% more honor so we can grind sockets and be lame. And then, yeah. Yeah, we're at 680s. We got our Feral ready, Warrior, Mage, second Rogue, Priest. Still need to do Lock Shaman and DH. But yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, we almost have everything leveled. We're full gear on the main. We're still going to do a lot of honor so we can try to grind sockets for fun. But no, generally Night Elf is way more common for almost everything. It's just most rogues are bored of playing Night Elf for so long, and yeah, like Human and Orc are good for sub versus sub class envy, but Night Elf is still better in all the other matchups. It's like, oh, you're fighting a dragon, you know, meld, triple cheap shot off, nullifying, like that's great. Or it's just another Shadow Strike teleport gap closer, or yeah, just a lot of quality of life stuff you could do with it. Or like immune to Stormbolt or Coil. It's just like in sub rogue versus sub rogue, you want to be able to like trinket every blades, or because like if you rotate Medallion and Human, it's like a 90-second trinket like a healer. So you can kind of always have trinket for like duel and stuff and blades. Or you could just be Orc and just be immortal and not have to like even stare at the CDs, you know? And just do more damage. Because Human is good at the end of an expansion because it's like 2% more of every secondary stat. Not like a flat value of like 100 to 102%. But it's like, oh, you have 6,000 mastery now, you know, you have 2% extra of that 6,000 rating, which might be like 0.5% more. But right now, Orc is almost 5,000 attack power. So Orc never scales with patches. It's the same amount at the beginning of an expansion as the end. So like in Season 4, Orc does like almost nothing, but in Season 1, it's pretty good. It's like half an on-use trinket. So But right now Horde also gets like twice as much honor from enlistment bonus, so I might just go Horde so I can grind more honor faster. But I'm gonna call it. GG's, guys. Appreciate you all sticking around. So many subs the last 2 days. We're almost back into 300s after tanking like from 800 to like under 200. So we're getting there. We have the season starting in like 2 weeks, and yeah, we're being pretty productive. And then hopefully we have the end of Kata season in a couple weeks as well. Like, that'll be sick. But yeah, I appreciate you all. I will catch you guys tomorrow. We're here 6 days a week. Generally, Sunday is my day off right now, I think, instead of Thursdays. But yeah, see you tomorrow.